Good morning. It is Monday, August the 14th, 2023. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. And the Kerr County Court is now, Commissioner's Court is now in session. If you would, please rise for the prayer and pledge. Pray with me. Good and gracious God, we come before you today, inviting you to send your Holy Spirit to fill our hearts that we may serve you and the people of this county with wisdom and fairness and compassion. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated.
Didn't see the bell.
Well, that's true. I've been playing every day.
Okay. Next part of the agenda is public input. I want to remind everyone to turn your phones off or to silence so that they don't interrupt the proceedings. First, before we move ahead, Michael and Jan, how did you come up with your last name?
Caracini?
Caracini, there you go.
Good morning, Judge, Counsel, Commissioners. My name is Michael Pericini. This is my wife, Jan. We reside in Kerr County, and we have a local nonprofit called Gunny's Warriors, veterans nonprofit. This year, we're honored to present the first annual Field of Honor, September 9th through 11th, where the community members can honor their heroes with an American flag.
I don't mean to interrupt, but Jan, if you'll step over behind Mike, the people on YouTube will be able to see the flag that you're holding.
Okay.
This event will be held. This event will be held at the River Star Event Park, adjacent to the Hilton Event Center. This year's theme is Honor Your Hero. We have 500 flags that we will be displaying for public view. Flags can be purchased in honor or memory of your hero. Examples are service members, past and present, first responders, teachers, family members. Anyone who has positively impacted your life can be honored. Our Field of Honor proceeds will benefit various community organizations. So on the September 9th, we're going to have opening ceremonies to open the field up at 11 o'clock. We're going to have music playing after that, and we have a live band that will be there playing in the afternoon for about 3 hours. So the field will be open all 3 days for anybody to come out. It's free to the public. On September 11th, the VFW is going to do a memorial ceremony to commemorate the 9/11 attacks. This is the flag that we're selling, so if people would like to purchase a flag, this is the flag that we will be flying. It's made in a colonial flag in Utah, so it's an American-made flag. And, at the end of the event, those who purchase the flag will get the flag, the pole, and the finial back.
How do you get a flag?
We'll pass it. We've got an answer. Yeah.
There's
We'll make copies of them.
There's several ways to attain a flag. You could go to our website, gunningswarriors.com, and I have a link there to the Field of Honor and their steps to purchase a flag. You can go to healingfield.org and look up the Kerrville event and purchase a flag through there, or you can contact us through Gunny's Warriors, and we have order forms and do it that way.
And for those of you that don't know, Gunny's Warrior is one of our local veterans group that I marched with in the Veterans Parade.
Yes, sir.
And they've been working on this since the first of the year, so we're very proud of what you're doing.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all.
Okay.
I'll be getting one.
Good.
Thank you.
Sir.
Okay. Next is George Baruti.
George Brew, 1616 Glen Road. It's not the same whole topic. It's one that I talked about 6 months ago, maybe longer, which is the ag barn upgrade slash renovation. I don't know, whatever improvements, repairs even. And my suggestion was back in November and then again in January was to take that presentation that was given to you from the bond committee or whatever and cross the street to EIC and present it to them. I mean, you guys are dealing with your budget right now, and it's obvious you're not going to have money to do all the things that you need to do. This is one that was claimed to be a need. I would agree that certainly repairs are a need on that. And I would urge you to try and utilize that funding source before you try and utilize the taxpayer money or potential bond that you may end up having to do down the road. What you'd end up having to do at EIC is sort of present it as a economic development project, which the presentation did when it was being done for the bond. They simply pointed out the conventions or groups that were coming and we would potentially lose. And I urge you to do it soon because EIC is like tripping over themselves to give away their money to projects that I would argue aren't necessarily a good investment for the community, and it's a first come first served situation. So if we don't present it, it won't be considered, it won't be even allowed, and they don't even have to fund it fully up front in cash. They can do a revenue bond that's based on sales tax dollars, not taxpayer dollars. So I would urge you to move forward with that as soon as you can. And not that you'll accept it, but I'd be willing to help you lead it through the process. But yeah, I move quickly, please. Thank you.
Thanks, George.
Okay, moving on to commissioners' comments. Precinct 1.
We need some rain. That's all I'm gonna say.
2.
I'll say a little bit more about it. Burn ban remains in place, certainly for precinct 2, it's actually in there for all of them. And we've had red flag warnings nearly every day with 100-degree plus heat and strong winds, so severe fire hazards. And I'll also mention, the fire departments are concerned about having water, enough water to fight the fires if they break out. We certainly, Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District escalated to drought stage 4 last Wednesday, and that's now applicable to the entire county. We've got wells running dry, certainly in East Kerr County. And Governor Abbott has issued a disaster proclamation certifying that exceptional drought conditions pose a threat of imminent disaster in 37 counties, including all of our neighboring counties. What's of interest to me is they've authorized the use of all available state resources that are reasonably necessary. So I guess we need to find out what that means and if there actually are any resources that could be brought to bear to help some people that need water. Still working on the Center Point Sewer project. We're making some progress. It's still way behind. Phase 2 is 269 days behind scheduled substantial completion, and Phase 3 is 420 days overdue. Road and Bridge, they've completed the reconstruction of Skyline Drive and also Robertson Road. So roads are great, lots of compliments. Thank you very much. Job well done. Had a second town hall meeting on August 1st, and we had 55 people turn out, so not quite as many as the first one, but very successful. Covered a wide range of topics, so I'll look to do another one of those maybe towards the end of the year. And otherwise, I'm working real hard on the upcoming election integrity town hall meeting that's going to be held August 22nd at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. We've got an all-star cast of presenters lined up. Senator Bob Hall, Tina Peters, Mark Cook, Dr. Walter Dougherty, Captain Seth Keschel, Lori Gallagher, and Jarrett Woodward. And we'll also give a demonstration of the Chapter 65 hand count method. So I hope everybody can attend. That's it.
Precinct 3.
Comfort lost 2 really important citizens the past couple of weeks. One of them is my mother-in-law, who's a tremendous volunteer for the area, Citizen of the Year by the Chamber. And the other is Charles.
Tell us about it.
Oh, Joel and Behrman, sorry. Figured everyone knew my mother-in-law.
Some people might.
And the other is Charles Plat. Charles is I often give Buster credit for getting me into politics, and Buster to get me into being a commissioner, but it was Charles that got me into politics. When I moved back to Comfort in 1990, he convinced me to run for the school board in Comfort. He's a relative, neighbor, very good friend. They will both be missed. That's all I have.
Precinct 4.
I went to the 4-H awards banquet Saturday evening, and that's always a fun thing, and recognized a lot of good youth and outstanding youth in our community, as well as volunteers, and always enjoy that each year. And visiting with Doug Thomas this morning about the drought and everything, he brought us something, reminded me of something that I want to share with everybody else. I believe it was last year, we had a couple big fires started just from mowing. Blades hitting rocks and spark, and boom, there we are. So be cautious when you're out there mowing and what have you. Good reminder, thanks, Doug.
What would they be mowing? Yeah.
Well,
You'd be surprised.
yeah, exactly, it happens. I can tell right now that there's not much to mow at my house other than where the septic is. You know, the lateral line for Moody grass is getting pretty tall.
The only thing that I would share is I did approach a couple members of the EIC about Bruno's suggestion, and I was told not to waste my breath. They're not going to do anything for the county, I'm pretty sure. That's what I was told. So, no surprise.
Team players.
I've been told different.
Well, then,
And we are working.
That's where you're on.
And I'm working on it.
Oh, east.
well, good.
Good.
Okay, moving on with the consideration agenda. Item 1.1, consider discussion and take appropriate action to approve the recommended usage of the Hill Country Youth Event Center complex during the total solar eclipse in April 2021. Jake Williams.
Good morning, Court. Thanks for your time today. We've been long in discussion with emergency management about use of the grounds during the total eclipse coming up in April. We want to make sure that we're being good stewards of the community, and we've been asked to try to find a way to not only provide the services to emergency management for them to have space, but also to maybe raise some revenue for the county. So in your packet, we've designated a whole block, including the show barn, for emergency management for the eclipse, for personnel management, storage, supplies. They have dedicated restrooms, dedicated entrance and exit for that time. And they have all agreed that that's a big enough area for them to do what they need to do. So we have come up with a recommendation, and this is for the court to either allow or not allow. It's just, so we have the River Star Park that has its own restrooms. It wouldn't be a drain on the porta potty problem, finding anything. We already have the facilities there. We'd like to rent that out to tent campers for the weekend. We have had calls, of course, we have a list, is why this has come up, and allow that area to be sold. We do have RV spaces that are not in the EMS area that we'd like the ability to sell, rent out as well for the weekend. We have been approached by the Lions Camp to do an event for the weekend before the eclipse, since the eclipse is on Monday. We feel that the exhibit hall has value and could be rented out for that use. We know it'll be busy, but it'll be traffic, but we think these things are plannable, doable. And then we would transition on Monday to a parking lot only for any remaining space to try to help with the traffic and congestion problem of those people that we can get a few hundred cars off the road. We think that would be a good idea. We know downtown is having a festival. We do have access to the river trail. People could walk bike to downtown from the event center, thus allowing some sort of parking and congestion reprieve. So that's what we're here today for, to make sure the court's aware of what we're thinking of, what we've planned, or what the court would like to see or not allow during the eclipse.
Jake, I've been through your proposal. Looks pretty good to me. When would you start making things available for people to reserve?
Directly after this meeting, if approved, we would start calling our list.
Dick, I think it looks very proactive and I like it. So I'm going to move for approval.
I'm good with it. I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve using the Hillcrest Youth Event Center complex during the total solar eclipse in April of '24. Any discussion?
Yeah, I want to add something else. You know, a while back we had Jake go out for get some bids. I don't know if it's him or Shane on striping out there. Right now there's nothing, and people just park randomly. I think that'd be a big asset if we could finally get that done. I know we had some money earmarked for that, and then we had the gutter problems, and that moved up the priority list real quick. And so the striping never got done. So that's something we need to look at, and I don't know if it'd be in Shane's budget or your budget or what for getting that done. Any thoughts on that?
I agree. I would love to see it done. I do believe it's a safety issue as well as just a normal thing to have for a large parking lot. At the end of this year's budget, I'm out of funds to fund something like that. So I give it default to Shane if I see him standing here. So.
Shane?
I'm currently short of funds to do that, but granted, we've been looking at trying to do this for the last 2 years, and the last 2 years we've fallen short of getting that project done. It's something we really need to get done, especially with this eclipse and any other events we have out there. So any help would be, or suggestion would be appreciated.
What's the cost?
We've had a 2-year-old bid right now that it's $8,000 or about $8,900, and the group that did this, we could also get them to do get a bid for out there and kind of go from there.
Yeah.
But as a minimum, probably about $8,900 to strike that.
I would get a bid and bring it back.
Okay.
The old bid I would get to him because he doesn't even have to come out and look at it. He can just upgrade
Right.
his bid from the cost 2 years later, as well as your other person that did the courthouse project.
Yes, sir. I'll get a hold of those fellas and see where we go and get some bids.
Thank you.
One other question for Jake. What about the October eclipse? Have you had a lot of requests for people to be able to utilize the facilities in October? Because
Sure.
I know it won't be near the demand that we'll see in April, but
Yeah, absolutely. A good question. To answer that, it falls on a Saturday. We have historically a revolving calendar at the event center at this stage, so it falls on a swap meet weekend. We have a wedding booked in the exhibit hall, and the radio club has a field event in the park. So because of that, we didn't really see additional stuff. I had to send it away, but we're going to be busy. We're going to have plenty of folks out there at the place that weekend for that Saturday.
See Dub sitting behind you. Bring him up there.
Yes, sir.
My concern is, we know that this October eclipse, the one in April of next year, is going to be very, very congested.
Yes, sir.
Are we going to have enough room for staging emergency services to bring in all these people?
I believe so, yes, sir. We'll use basically the western half of that parking lot from the front of the building over to the ag extension office. We'll have the concrete show barn. There's plenty of room in there for any number of emergency equipment we want to put in there for staging.
And from my point of view, the priority service is the emergency management services for the public. And then what we'll do for Spectra, we'll do what we can. But the sheriff's office will be in charge of any conflicts that happen out there, any disputes about who needs to be where, who's got the right to be where. Because I'm concerned that we may have complete gridlock at some point, and I don't know what's going to happen. That's my concern.
I think Monday we're going to see gridlock.
Yeah.
Monday afternoon.
When we talk about gridlock, that means nobody goes anywhere. They trickle out one at a time. And if we have 150,000 people coming to this county, it's going to be near chaos.
Stay home.
I heard somebody whisper out here, stay home. That is good advice. Anyway, I just wanted to make sure,
Yes, sir.
when we do this, that if there's any conflict between private usage and emergency management, the emergency services will be the priority.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There being none, motion carries.
Judge, on that topic, Bill, and George left, and I'm not that involved anymore, but the Little League fields across the road. Have you visited at all with Little League about what they're doing anything?
It's gonna be
I have not. I
What
would
is it?
suggest the county also has a plan for Flat Rock Park, but we don't manage those facilities.
Right.
I'll get contact information for them still, if not, I can get it to you, to Little League, and find out, should have George if he was here. Because in a minimum, I think we want to really block off those entrances, otherwise people are going to be
Right.
destroying everything.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Right, as you well know, we have gates and stuff that can be locked quite well up here.
But they're not very secure gates, so, anyway, we may want to look at some permanent, more secure entrances.
Chain with locks will work.
Yeah. That changed a lot.
I'm not even sure.
I'm not sure a chain that locks going to keep people out when they see a big open field. But anyway, it's something that we need to coordinate as well.
Very well. And moving on to item 1.2, consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve and adopt the district clerk's civil filing fees for October 1, 2023 through September 31, 2024, with changes as amended by Family Code Section 110.002, adding a subsection D, filing fees that have been raised from $15 to $80 effective January 1, 2024. Ms. Lance.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. That's basically through the legislature this year. They've changed one of our fees that we collect, and it was at 15. Now they're changing it to 80, which the county will keep $35 of that, and the state will get 45. So I'm just asking for approval so I can get those posted.
Move approval of the revised or the new schedule.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the new district clerk civil filing fee schedule as presented. Any discussion?
I just got a question, Don, that's a huge increase. Any idea why they went up so much?
Basically, there's a lot of work involved in that one particular family case law that we have to do, so
Okay.
I think a lot of the clerks complain, so basically
Yeah.
that's what
Okay.
happened.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There being none, motion carries. Item 1.3.
Thank you.
Information regarding the first annual Kerr County Preparedness Expo on September 30, 2023, sponsored by the Kerr County Sheriff's Department, Kerr County Office of Emergency Management, and the Hill Country Trappers. Judge Thomas.
Morning, Judge. If you don't mind, I would like to do 1.3 and 1.4 at the same time. They're basically
Okay.
just updated information.
Let me call 1.4 also. 1.4 is information regarding the annual flu clinic sponsored by HEB being held on September the 6th, 2023 at the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Judge Thomas.
Good morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. So what we're having, this is the first annual Kerr County Emergency Preparedness Expo. It's on September the 30th at the Youth Event Center. Basically, this is a time, an opportunity for members of the community to come out. We've got vendors from private industry, also nonprofit organizations, volunteer organizations that have some type of action when it comes to emergency management, basically preparedness, response, recovery, and mitigation. So anybody from the public that wants to come out and learn how to basically prepare themselves for some type of emergency or disaster, we're going to have it on at this expo. We'll have everything from CPR up to Personal defense, we've got organizations like CTEC, KPUB, American Red Cross, Salvation Army, Texas Baptist Men, Team Rubicon, these types of organizations that work on disaster response to come out and teach the public how to prepare themselves for a disaster. So that's going to be on September the 30th at the Expo Hall. It'll be from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you should start seeing some of these flyers around town. We've already started out on Friday with the social media releases and as well as the public releases in the newspaper. So I'm looking forward to that. This has been a long time coming. We've put a lot of work into it. I think it'll be an outstanding time for the community to come out. The second item I have is 1.4, the annual flu clinic. I wanted to come before the court to remind you all that on September the 6th at the Hill Country Youth Event Center, we'll have our annual HEB flu clinic. The Kerr County Clerk will be working traffic there. HEB will be doing flu shots. It'll be a drive-through event only. So about 9 a.m. we'll start giving out flu shots. So y'all come out, bring your insurance card or your Medicare card, and you can get your flu shot. Easy peasy.
Any questions? No, just as a reminder, what's our capacity on being able to administer flu vaccines when we set this up?
Since I've been here, we've done as many as nearly 1,200 in a day.
1,200 a day.
1,200 shots, yes, sir.
It's pretty impressive. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, moving on to item 1.5. Don't go anywhere now. Consider discuss and take appropriate action to approve a letter of agreement with the Inn of the Hills Hotel and Conference Center to reserve up to 15 rooms to be used in the event of emergency evacuations due to a hurricane. Doug.
Yes, sir. So, y'all remember we approved our point shelter agreement with San Patricio County. In the event that San Patricio County sends folks here that should not be or cannot be in a congregate or a general population shelter, I need a location where we can put those folks. If they are basically a sex offender or they've had some type of serious felony, assaultive arrest, those types of things, we cannot put them in a general population shelter, so I need some place to put those folks if they should show up here.
And remind the public where we put the general population when they come up from San Patricia.
It's at the Eddington Gym on the Shriner University campus. That's our general population shelter for point-to-point shelter. In addition,
We filled it up, Harvey.
we filled it up before. We'll probably fill it up again if we haven't heard anything again this year. But it's not just for those folks. I also request 2 shelter management teams from the Texas State Guard. I'll do a star request for those. And I'll need someplace to house the shelter teams when the state sends them here for us. So it's not just for San Patricio County, but it's the supporting folks that will be actually running the shelter.
Okay. Any questions? Hey, we need to act on this?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Move for approval.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to approve reserving the rooms at the Inn of the Hills in case there's a hurricane. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved.
Sir.
Next is item 1.6, consider discuss and take appropriate action regarding the sub-recipient agreement for TDM Administrative Grants Awards for DR 4705 application to be used as a backup source of funding for the County Hazard Mitigation Plan update. Ms. Putnam?
As you can recall, we just went out for the DR 4705 as our backup for the hazard mitigation plan grant. And since then, TATM has revised as of May 1st, 2023, it just came to our attention, the sub-recipient agreement. So we just need to sign that and send in the agreement.
I move for approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the sub-recipient agreement with TDM as presented. Any discussion?
Just that it was a painful read.
It's pretty thick.
A long agreement.
49 pages.
Okay, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 1.7, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept donations totaling $270 for the month of June 2023 and $200 for the month of July 2023 to be added to the operating expense line, item 10-642-330. Reagan Gibbons.
Good morning. Just what you said.
I move we accept the donation.
Got a motion and a second to accept the donations to the animal control facility. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Good presentation, buddy.
Keep some other people to do that, will you?
Valedictorian of Gene Huffington School. And for those of y'all that didn't know Gene, I'd ask him what was going on in Constable Precinct 4. What's going on in Precinct 4? And the answer is the same every time. Item 1.8, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept donated equipment, 2 Stalker DSR-2X radar units from the Texas Department of Public Safety and allow one of the units to be transferred to Constable Precinct 4.
Good morning,
Constable
Judge.
Gonzalez. Yes.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners, members of the audience. Yes, sir. Back in December of last year, in an effort to assist Constable Precinct 4, he had an outdated radar system, limited funds. I reached out to Texas DPS to see if they had any surplus equipment that they would be able to assist us with. And finally, they responded. It's been some time now that they finally responded back. They set aside 2 radar equipments for us, used. But if we had to go out and purchase them new, they're about $4,500 a piece. So at this time, I'm just asking for the court's approval to accept those 2 radar units as used equipment for both. One radar unit will go to Constable Precinct 4, Brad Ryder, and then the second one will stay in my office, Precinct 3, as a backup unit in case the one I have, goes out. So at this point, just for the court's info, is that these radar units at this point have tested to operate. Before they can even be put into use, they will have to be certified by a licensed technician before they can be used for enforcement purposes. So just FYI.
I move we accept the 2 radar units as presented.
Got a motion and a second to accept the 2 radar units as presented. Any discussion?
Just a question for you, Paul.
Yes, sir.
How are precinct 1 and precinct 2 set up for radar?
Yes, sir. Their radars they're up-to-date radars. Just as the one I have, it was just for some reason Precinct 4, his radar was never updated. Not sure what the reasons were.
So now everybody's got one, we've got 1 reserve.
Yes, sir. We do have 1 reserve. Yes, sir.
And is there any reason in the world we would not want to do
No, sir.
this?
We're trying to save the county some money if we can.
Just had to ask.
We've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item 1.9, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to ratify and confirm the bond renewal for Constable Paul Gonzalez Precinct 3.
Yes, sir. I will say that I'm honored to continue to serve and just need your authorization to continue to do so by the renewal of my bond and accepting that.
I think Jody and I already helped you with it.
Yes, sir.
So we're asking for forgiveness because he just did it.
Just approved.
I think there was a lag in time, too.
Kind of has to be done.
Well, that was the issue.
Yeah.
So, got a motion and a second to approve the renewal of Constable Gonzalez's bond. Any discussion?
I'm sorry, I apologize. Where is the bond? Before I forget to ask.
I have the bond.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 1.10, consider,
That's time.
oh, what time?
150.
Wow, we got ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, let's keep going.
The next several timed items are Tracy's, and I let her know that y'all were running early, untimed items, I'm sorry. So I let her know that y'all were
And she's not here
ahead
yet,
of
so
time.
let me just kind of look down. Let's go to 1.20. Scott, you're here. Update regarding current and future grant opportunities for Clerk County Sheriff's Office. Scott Gage.
Morning, Judge, Court. Just want to give the update. Jody contacted me yesterday. We just need to give the update on our current grants that the Sheriff's Office is monitoring and managing. Grant number one, which was our Justice Assistance Grant, which is the body worn camera. We received the original award of $74,660. We received the body worn cameras. They've all been deployed out to the Sheriff's Office, Animal Services, as well as the 4 constables. The status of that, we're just waiting for an invoice from WatchGuard, and then that'll be submitted to the auditor, and then that grant will be finalized. The second grant on there, the Ballistic Shield Program, we received an award of $152,360. We finalized that grant. Reimbursement was submitted. We received the reimbursement amount of $152,359.90. So there's a 10-cent difference in that deal that we didn't have to pay, that we came in under the amount. The third grant is Operation Lone Star, which is still in the project period. We received several items. They've been deployed. We received a reimbursement already back from the governor's grant, total of $456,349.08 on that grant. I think we're seeing reimbursement about 10 days from our submission, right? 10 to 14 days. Somewhere. So right around there. The grant 4, which is Operation Stone Garden, which we're currently utilizing. We did some operations. We submitted some of the timesheets and things like that. So that'll get submitted to the government as well. And then the 5th grant, Operation Lone Star, we submitted the application. We're waiting to hear back it's under review from the OOG's office. We submitted that amount that were approved. That was the $1.7 million in equipment and other things. Operation Stone Garden 23 fiscal year. We should probably be looking at that application here in the fall to apply with that, and that's going to be the joint combined campaign with Kimball County and the other counties as well. And then I think the ACOG grant should reopen here in the fall. When we see that announcement, we'll go forward with that, and we usually get about $75,000
It should open in December.
in December. And that's all we have on the grants.
I'm sorry. We had body cameras, we had ballistic shields. What was the third one you discussed?
Operation Lone Star was grant 3.
I guess there's a couple Operation Lone Stars, right?
So the last Operation Lone Star is for fiscal year 24.
Okay.
All right, so we're currently in 23, which we're in that project period, which will actually end the end of this month. So we're in the application for 24.
I was just trying to get it clear in my mind.
Okay.
And not all that money is for equipment, right? It's for personnel?
Yes, sir. So Operation Stone Garden is for overtime, for human smuggling and all that type of stuff. Also in fiscal year 24, we asked for overtime funds as well, and operating expenses to help offset some of the county cost in 24.
Yeah, Scott, question on Operation Lone Star this year. The award was $660,000, and we've been reimbursed $456,000. So my question is, what about the other $200,000? Do you have some other things you're going to be asking for? Or?
Yes, sir. So we have the requests in, so we're waiting for the equipment arrival. Once the equipment arrival, we get the invoices, then they'll get submitted. So we should be pretty close to being on track for all that stuff.
You're hoping to spend all the money, I hope.
Yeah, one of the big of that 200,000 is we're waiting on the invoice for our license plate reader so that they can get submitted, which was a significant amount of money. So,
Well, sure. Good job.
All right.
Great job.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back. Item 1.15. Consider discussion and appropriate action to set the fees paid to jurors as per Chapter 61 of the Texas Government Code. House Bill 3474 was signed by Governor Abbott on June 13 and becomes effective law September 1, 2023. Legislative change is a minimum of $20 for the first day and $58 for the second and each additional day. Recommendation for the court approval based on legislative change First day reported $20, and the second and each additional day, $60. Tracy Sullivan.
Good morning. Currently, the statute requires to pay a minimum of $6 for the first day and $40 for the second and each additional day. The court order I'm requesting to rescind allows, actually that might be on the next one, allows for $10 to be paid on the first day and $40 for the second and each additional day. This makes it easy to pay with 10s and 20s and not have to pay in all denominations. The legislative change for juror pay is a minimum of $20 for the first day and $58 for the second day. My recommendation, as you stated, first day reported $20, second and each additional 60 day. We'll just make it easier to pay.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve raising the jury fees as presented. And Ms. Sullivan, a lot of those jury fees are given back to the county, isn't that right?
Yes, actually, with the new fees, the state, right now they don't reimburse us for the first day, so all the jurors that come to report on day one, we just pay them and we don't get any money back. But with the new fees, the state will actually reimburse the county 14 of the $20, and then after the first day, they will do 52 of the 58 or 60, whichever we do. So we'll get most of that back.
Yes, but it's also been my personal observation that a lot of the people that serve on the jury donate the money back to the county, even when they get paid.
They did until last legislative session when we couldn't offer the donation form until the end of their service, and then they just wanted to get out of there. But they've changed that so we can actually present the jury donation form to them at the time they're paid, and so they will go back. We'll get more money this time for donations.
We've got a motion and a second to approve the raising of jury fees as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 1.16, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to rescind court order number 29348 and set a new amount of cash on hand for jury funds at $8,000 for the district courts and $4,000 for the county court of law and $800 for the justice and peace courts. Ms. Sullivan.
Yes, sir. Current court order allows me to keep $6,000 for district courts, $2,500 for county court at law, and $600 for JP courts. With the increase in juror payments, I'm going to go through that pretty quickly, so I would like to have more cash on hand.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve increasing the cash on hand for jury funds as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.17, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve Kerr County jury cash pay procedures. Ms. Sullivan.
So these procedures have been in place, and the major change is what I did talk about as far as when we could present the jurors with the donation form.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the cash pay procedures for Kerr County juries as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 1.18, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the treasurer's office Xerox copy machine lease renewal. Have the county judge sign. Go ahead, Ms. Sullivan.
So my 5-year current contract is up in October, and this is a new one. I believe it's maybe $1 or $2 less per month than the current contract.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve renewing the Xerox copy machine lease for the treasurer's office. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.19, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve expenses related to the relocation of the treasurer's office. Ms. Sullivan.
I requested for Shane with maintenance to take a look at some modifications I wanted to make to the current office space, and he has looked at that with some of his employees and came up with a price of $2,500 to do some remodel inside the office. And I currently have that amount in my budget to cover the expenses, so it would not need to come out of his department budget or contingencies.
Tracy, what are some of the modifications?
It's to remove one wall between two offices to make a larger office for some conference space.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the relocation expenses to the treasurer's office as presented. Any discussion?
Thank you.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on a roll, let's keep going. Go down to 1.22. Consider to discuss and take appropriate action to approve the contract and its attachments between the County Clerk's Office and the Department of State Health Services Bureau of Vital Statistics, and authorize the county judge to sign said. For the clerk to continue issuing certified copies of birth records to Texas-born persons. The term of the contract is for 5 years, and the present contract expires August 31 of this year. Ms. Dowdy.
Good morning. This is just a standard contract for you, the county attorney reviewed, made no necessary or recommended changes. So I'm just asking for approval for the judge to sign.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve renewing the contract with the Department of State Health Services Bureau of Vital Statistics, the county clerk's office, as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Item 1.23, consider discussion take appropriate action to approve the lease between Kerr County and the Hill Country Amateur Radio Club to use the building located in the park adjacent to the open air pavilion to the west of the Hill Country Youth Event Center. Mr. Harris.
This is just a tweak of the agreement we had before. The county attorney looked it over and everything, and so I move for approval.
What's different about it though?
We double the rent from 100 to 200 a year, based on some of the usage out there and what have you. And anyway, it's small tweaks.
Got a motion and a second to approve renewing the lease with the Hill Country Amateur Radio Club as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.24, consider discuss and take appropriate action to approve the contract between Kerr County and the Divide Volunteer Fire Department. This is just routine.
Move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve renewing the contract with the Divide Volunteer Fire Department. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.25, consider discuss and take appropriate action on implementation of the burn ban. This is our quarterly renewal.
I move for approval.
Got a motion and a second to.
Who made the motion?
Don did.
Number 3.
I second.
Any discussion on renewing the burn ban? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. I don't see Mr. Mondes here right now.
She is. She's here.
She is, okay. Well, let me go ahead and call item 1.26, consider discuss and take appropriate action to approve the general provisions for FY 2023 to 2024. This is the general provisions to the budget, right?
Yes. Okay, so this was, there's one final request, and it's on page 2. You'll notice that it's in red. And it's to accommodate the first responders and the road and bridge, starting at a different step other than the step 1.
And that change is due to the pay increase.
Is this gonna really solve it?
It's a Band-Aid. At least. It gets us to the next hindrance.
Gets us through till October 1st.
Move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the general provisions to the budget as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Item 1.27, consider discussion of appropriate action to obligate $117,000 of the ARPA $10 million lost revenues for additional payroll costs incurred during the 3-day ice storm January 31 through February 2 of 2023. 21.
23. This
year.
Yeah. That was this year's.
Okay, including the budget amendment to transfer $117,000 from the Fund 30-654-590 lost revenue to 30-654-594 lost revenue 2023 ice storm. Michelle.
Yes, this has been approved by GrantWorks as an eligible use of the ARPA funds. It's basically the cost of the closure for those 3 days, the payroll cost and the roll-ups.
Got a motion?
Second.
And a second, to approve the, use of the ARPA of lost revenue funds as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.28, consider discussion and appropriate action regarding the proposed county budget for fiscal year 23-24. Michelle?
Judge, I would recommend that we put this off unless you want to go past 10. I don't know how long this will take.
Okay.
I can do it. I'm ready.
No, just that, I appreciate that. Let me move on down to the next one, which is 129. Consider discuss and take appropriate action to set a public hearing on the proposed Kerr County budget for fiscal year 23-24 at 9:45 a.m. on March the 28th, 2023, and authorize the county clerk to publish notice of the public hearing.
I think you said, you meant August.
August 28th.
This is following the budget calendar.
Okay.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve setting the public hearing on the budget. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Item 1.30, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the calculation, well, that's gonna be a long one too, so we're not gonna do that one. I'm not gonna start the voting ones, do we have any quick ones? Let's go to item 1.36, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action on the salary grievance committee recommendation for the salary grievance filed out of Kerr County Treasurer.
Judge, I'm not ready for this. I ran up here for my other ones. I didn't realize that we would be zooming through so fast.
Okay, we'll move on to item 1.38. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to approve the revised DPS driver's license check MOU. Ms. Hernandez.
Yes, so this is to add Sylvia Zapata on here as an alternate. I did not have an alternate, at the time I had an alternate, but it was Ms. Carmen, and she's no longer here, so I have put Sylvia Zapata as the alternate on this, and I also needed to see our what was it, that I had said? CIO. It needed a signature for the CIO as well. Chief Information Officer.
What was the second part?
It needs a signature from the Chief Information Officer.
Who's the chief information?
Who have they used in the past? That was my question to you this morning, but you were already up here. I don't think that they had one in the past, but now they have added that to part of this contract. So, and technically, it's supposed to be somebody that, I think he sent it it's supposed to be somebody that is in charge of the, oh no, that's the other one, There's two different boxes. One of them is gonna be for the IT department. The Chief Information Security Officer is gonna be IT.
But this whole thing is just to designate alternates for these
That is
needed
correct.
services that are required.
Correct.
But it sounds like we don't have anybody in that office, so we don't have anybody or an alternative.
For this one, I was told that we can actually use the entity authorizer as well in that position.
The county judge, is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
So we can put IT in the Chief Information Security Officer. That's the person that does the security for our IT.
This is just to have somebody that's authorized to sign these things, just to come around.
Yeah.
I do it all the time.
So that's the IT director, you, is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be
And
clear what
Sylvia's
I'm
about-
voting on.
Yeah, and Sylvia Zapata as being my alternate in case they can't get hold of me.
It should be at some point designate you that then?
What is this?
I mean, you read above it, it says, chief information officer and the chief information security officer must sign the agreement. Well, sounds like we keep having.
Well, by doing this, we will. It's all in one. We don't have one now. If we vote for it, then we've designated one.
That's your motion.
Okay.
Designate that.
I don't think we can do that, but,
Oh.
I mean,
Why isn't it all one thing?
because it's not on the agenda.
But for purposes
Oh,
of
okay.
this MOU, he's the chief information officer.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine with it, it's just.
I get it, I get it. So, do we need to bring this back?
I don't think so. I think that he can be, the county judge can be authorized to sign this MOU and to be the chief information officer for the purposes of this MOU. And if you want to create a chief information officer designation and bring that back at another agenda, that is perfectly fine.
Okay, so it's just for this one agreement?
It's yes,
Okay.
right.
So we've got a motion.
Yes.
I need a second.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Okay, let's take a 5-minute break from bed. Back to the clock.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Hey, on? I'll get it back. No, I'll get you
I wouldn't get you.
We'll come back to order. Let's move on to our item 1.10, which is consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding a reduction in the letter of credit number 92200116952, issued by Cadence Bank, Tupelo, Mississippi, from the amount of $495,888 to $23,528.56 as a financial guarantee for the remaining construction improvements associated with the Wild Ranch Headquarters subdivision. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. The final plat for Wild Ranch Headquarters subdivision was approved February 13th, 2023. It contains 25 large tracts over 100 acres each with 2 newly constructed private roads. A letter of credit number 92200116952 in the amount of $495,888 with Cadence Bank, Tupelo, Mississippi. They also have a branch that's here in Texas that we were working through in Lampasas, Texas. Was submitted as a financial guarantee for associated subdivision construction. Since construction of the subdivision is nearly complete, they lack vegetation, and we can all understand that. The developer has requested a reduction in the letter of credit as a financial guarantee for the remaining associated construction, which is really just reestablishing vegetation to satisfy EPA regulations concerning disrupting soil. You got to get the grass growing. The county engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding a reduction in letter of credit number 92200116952 issued by Cadence Bank, Tupelo, Mississippi, from the amount of $495,880 down to $23,528.56 as a financial guarantee for the remaining construction improvements associated with Wild Ranch Headquarters Subdivision Precinct 4. We do have an engineer's estimate attached as well that matches that amount.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the reduction in credit as presented for the Wild Ranch Headquarters subdivision. I'm not going to read all those numbers again. I'll get finger blisters for a court reporter to do that. So, any discussion about this? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 1.11, consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding the request to reduce the financial guarantee from $1,828,024 to $45,081 for the remaining construction associated with the hideout. Charlie Hastings.
Thank you, Judge. The final plat for the hideout branch was approved January 10th, 2022. It consists of property located in Kerr County and Gillespie County, and it includes 4 newly constructed private roads. Bond number L256051-2131 in the amount of $1,828,024 was submitted as a financial guarantee for associated subdivision construction. Since construction of the subdivision is nearly complete, the developer has requested reducing the amount of the financial guarantee to $45,081 for the remaining associated construction, which not only is it revegetation, there also are a few drainage structures, I think, that are still being worked on. Is that right, Marshall?
I don't believe so.
Is it all vegetation?
It's all vegetation, yes,
okay.
sir.
I'm sorry, I was out of week.
Oh, wait, you're right.
There was something.
The crossbars on the SETs.
Pipe runners, okay.
My
That's
apologies.
what I thought. Okay. If the court approves this request, the developer will submit a new bond in the amount of $45,081. Then a request to accept the new bond for the amount of $45,081 and the release of the current bond number L256051-2131 in the amount of $1,828,024 will be presented to the court at a future meeting. A little bit different process than what we just did. The other was a letter of credit. This is a bond. So we've got to release a bond and accept a new one. But before we do that, we want permission from the court to do that. County engineer requests the court consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding a request to reduce the financial guarantee from $1,828,024 to $45,081 for the remaining construction associated with the Hideout Ranch, Precinct 4. If you have questions, Marshall Brewer, the design engineer, is here.
I move for approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the reducing the financial guarantee as presented for the Hideout Ranch. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. At this time, I'm going to convene a public hearing for a revision of plat for Hidden Valley Ranch, Section 1, Lot 58, and Section 2, Lot 84. Is there anyone who would like to address the court? Yes, sir. Please identify yourself.
Jeff Burner with MBS.
Excuse me, say that again?
Jeff Burner with MBS Land Survey. So I want to thank Charlie and all y'all for just at least listening. I started this in February, and I asked the county of two things: help me with the application and help me with, do we have to have a drainage study? And I had already had a previous client that had a drainage study that he neither wanted or ended up never needing. And so later in this year, the county had discretion to do away with, maybe have drainage studies or not have drainage studies. So it was frustrating. That was one thing. Same with flood studies. I think we should have a little bit of discretion on what are we actually doing, because we're moving a lot line here that has nothing to do with flood studies. But the second thing that happened was, this year I signed a plat I didn't want to sign, had to sign it because I thought the guy was going to stroke out in my office. And because the certification that's in the rules cannot stand. It just can't. It's unethical for us to even attempt to sign it. It needs to be changed. And so I drug my feet, and that's why I'm here today for this plat. We began with 2 lots. We had 2 wells. We have 2 wells, 2 registered wells, and we still ended up with 2 lots. One went from 8 acres to 6 acres, and I think I'm about a couple of days late on the 10-acre rule. But to me, it makes sense, because I think this is going to happen quite a bit in the future. That
I'm sorry. I'm
Go ahead.
confused.
Yes,
Who are
sir.
you?
Jeff Burner.
And what do you do? What's your involvement in this?
I did the plat.
This property.
It's your property?
No, sir.
Oh, it's not?
No,
He did.
he's a surveyor.
He's the surveyor.
I'm the surveyor. I'm sorry.
Okay, there you go. You're
I'm
the
so
surveyor.
very sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, this is about that surveyor certification, right?
Yes, sir. And I think it's
Okay.
I think it's in the works, but I don't know that it's been done. Is that true?
Yes, I've brought it to the county attorney's attention, and we're still looking at it.
We're aware of the issue.
Yes, sir.
We've been made aware. We haven't really discussed it or researched it
And I apologize, but I did the same thing in Kimball County. Same guy wrote these rules that wrote those rules. I went to Judge Rose, and he says, I told him I'm not signing it. And he says to me, well, we'll see about that. And so I got all bent out of shape. And so that's what's concerning, is that I didn't want to sign something again that's unethical. Now, the board tells me to follow your rules.
yet. Now, who says it's unethical?
I do, because I know for a fact that you cannot sign the way it is. You cannot sign it. You shouldn't sign it. I bet 40 years, you should not sign that.
I'm missing something here.
Yeah.
Okay, line.
He's talking about the surveyor certification and the wording that is in our new regulations. The surveyor community, he's not the only one. It's been brought to our attention that there's some particular words in there that they're very uncomfortable signing the
And I'm trying to
certificate.
remember, what is the surveyor group, the state group, what do they call themselves?
The Board of Professional
Land surveyors.
Land Surveyors.
Yes.
Engineers and land surveyors.
Well, why aren't they giving us some authority as to what we should or shouldn't do?
This is a public hearing for this particular topic.
Okay. So it's a public hearing. But
But
I
I
understand you
can't
don't want to
sign
sign the certification. I've got that. You don't want to sign it.
No, I'm not.
I think what he's trying to say is that the reason that this is after August the 10th is that he was concerned about signing a certificate on
Yes,
the
sir.
plat.
August the 10th has nothing to do with Kerr County. That has to do with Headwaters.
I took it to Headwaters before August 10th.
Okay.
He said, I'm not signing it if it's not approved, I'm not signing it. Well, my reaction to that is if you don't sign it, I can't even try to get it in front of you. That was I'm not trying to argue, I'm just trying to point out some points that happened along the way.
Well,
I think it'd be better to move, and you can talk again on the next agenda. I think it's the approval of this, so that way we can have a dialogue.
Okay. Anybody else want to address the court on this topic before we go to the next?
You can come back, you can come back.
Just wait.
Yeah.
Okay, moving to the next agenda item, which involves this, is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding a revision of plat for Hidden Valley Ranch, Section 1, Lot 58, and Section 2, Lot 84. Now, Charlie.
Okay, let me give everyone the background on this. This proposal revises the lot line between two existing lots. Lot 58 is 14 acres as platted. It's Lot 58 of Section 1, and Lot 84 of Section 2 is 8.3 acres as platted. What they'd like to do, what they propose to do, is to have Lot 58A of Section 1 become 16.10 acres, fronting on Camino Real, and Lot 84A of Section 2 would get smaller and become 6.24 acres, fronting on Lillian Drive. Lot 58, proposed Lot 58A, is in the floodplain and must meet requirements for development in the floodplain, non-issue. This proposed plat has not been signed by Headwaters Groundwater Conservation District. It was brought to them about 2 weeks ago, and Headwaters said, "Whoa, this looks like this plat's not going to go to Commissioner's Court and be able to be filed until after the August 10th deadline. Therefore, you've got a lot here that I know they have an existing well, but if they ever have to drill a new well, they won't be able to because it will be a plat filed after August the 10th, and the lot's smaller than 10 acres. That's the whole issue. That's the concern. We've had this on we went to Commissioner's Court because it's a revision of plat. There's two things that state law says. It says that a revision of plat you've got to have a public hearing. You've got to advertise for that public hearing so many days in advance, and it has to be at a regular Commissioner's Court meeting. And I'll tell you that the day that we brought this, Bobby and I only knew of regular court meetings that were every 2 weeks. We did not realize that the court had recently taken some action to allow for regular meetings every week, or we could have had this last week before August 10th.
Charlie, I have a clarification question, and I'm looking at Headwaters' representative here, and they may or may not want to act. What Charlie said, Headwaters is not going to allow anybody with a well on less than 10 acres to re-drill that well if it goes out. I mean, that's.
Well, I think what it is the division of being less than 10 acres, because you're creating a new plat.
They have 2 wells already.
Right.
And if their well goes out, the fact that they're not able to, if they don't have 10 acres, they're not able to replace that well?
Yeah, I'm not sure where, I don't have that same understanding completely on that, but I'll visit with Gene, and apparently because if you've got a well, but you can't divide it and create one of less than 10 acres at this point.
That's the subdivision issue.
Yeah, and that's a whole different.
That's what we're involved with.
Right, but that's a whole different.
Where you come up to the mic there, Tom.
Well, yeah, but you're asking me to talk about something that I haven't even looked at yet, right?
Let me add one more piece of information. Through conversations that Bobby was able to have with Gene last week, Gene Williams is the general manager for Headwaters. He said, I tell you what if the court was able to give us some kind of a letter that explained the situation? I can give it to my board, and maybe they can help us out on this. But our court right now has the option of, by law, of either approving with conditions, or disapproving this plat revision. Those are your 3 options. If we disapprove it, we've got to cite the reason why, and it's got to be in the code. And the reason would be that it has not been signed by everyone who's supposed to sign it.
It's kind of a catch-22.
And I have not signed it because it hadn't been signed by everybody. So I cannot recommend approval. I can only lead you down the path of a conditional approval, and perhaps we get
some clarification from Headwaters.
The idea that if a well goes out and that person runs into some kind of, that's a lawsuit right there. So if my well goes out and I had it before my property was 6 acres and they tell me I can't fix my well or drill one next to it, we have a lawsuit. So that, which is not the county's problem. It's not our issue. So our issue is whether or not this land can be, this plat revision can be approved
But
based
not
on
now, you do not
our.
have a 6 acre lot. You're fixing to create one.
I understand that, but there's a well on that 6 acre lot that already exists. And you're talking about hypotheticals where somebody might in the future need another well or not.
But getting Headwaters to sign off will be a discussion for the board, because right now you do not have that 6 acre lot. You're fixing to create one.
You have an 8 acre lot, still less than 10 acres.
Have a 16 and a 10 and 6.
But, that's right.
It's a revision.
Changes it.
Revision
So,
plat.
wait, declare, this is really an important point. This means that we will have no, Headwaters is not gonna allow without board approval any revision of plats now of less than 10 acres.
That's what it has on there.
I said BS.
Well,
I mean, that's.
Say what you want, we didn't change
But
our
that-
rules for that. We changed our rules for a different reason.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's historically, we've had many situations where you have 3 acre lots. And there's like 3 3-acre lots and we get rid of them and we end up with, or maybe 3 2-acre lots. And we combine them and end up with 2 3-acre lots and we're better off, so we've done it. And now we can no longer do that. I think Headwaters needs to go back and look at the rules, or we need to go back to our rules and get Headwaters out of the wood, one or the other, because this is a property rights issue to me. And Headwaters, that we gave Headwaters the authority to sign our plat, we can take that authority away.
Well,
Headwaters can do what they want.
If we go, Charlie, you have to have their signature
That won't
before
change
you
what we
can
will and
sign
won't
something.
sign.
That's right.
But it's up to you and the property owners. You're not telling.
So you're gonna create a perfect storm between the county and Headwaters.
No, we're
No,
not.
Is where you're
Headwaters
headed.
has done that.
We're not gonna do that.
That's where he's headed.
I did.
Well, these are discussions that are gonna have to take place.
Yeah, I mean,
So what we have before us today is a subdivision issue, not a Headwaters permit issue.
Correct.
Just remind everybody, Headwaters does water well permits, we do subdivision. And as Charlie pointed out, I think the only choices we have is to disapprove, approve, or approve with conditions. And this looks like to me, and the flashpoint is, if we approve this subdivision, this revision, it's a subdivision. And Headwaters has their own set of rules on that. I'm not meddling in it. I'm just saying, they're gonna say that this subdivision occurred after this date, and then they gotta figure out how to apply their rules. So the landowner, who's the landowner?
A friend of mine?
From here?
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve the plat, the revision of plat.
I'll second that.
We've got a motion to
Approve it.
approve it, with no conditions.
No condition.
Who seconded it? Sorry. Thank you.
What, we don't have a lot of choice. This has to go forward to Headwaters.
And the
We
Headwaters-
must do this so they can deal with it. And this citizen, who in good faith is moving forward with a good plat revision, can be serviced, as taxpayers. So we have to do this. I don't see any reason to have any stipulations on it.
I disagree. I'm thinking we ought to approve it on the condition that the owner or his representative can work something out with Headwaters.
That's not our problem. They have, and we can't tell them, we can't enter.
a perfect storm. I mean,
That's the same as entering into negotiations with Headwaters, which we should not do.
And you have to be able to point to one of our rules or a state law if you're going to disapprove it or approve it on condition. You have to point to a rule that isn't being complied with in order to do that. And so like Charlie said, the only reason would be that the surveyor, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Hasn't signed
but
it.
according to our own rules that require Headwaters sign off, we can't approve it.
The surveyor has signed it.
Oh,
I
it's
signed
signed.
the amended, that's not in the, what we've all discussed.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Got it.
I have a question for Commissioner Lutz.
Will the plat have all of the signatures when it comes to the county clerk's office? Will it have Headwater's signature on it?
No.
Do our rules allow for the clerk to record the plat without all of the signatures?
No.
Because it will not become official public record, to my knowledge, if I'm understanding that correctly, until it's actually in the public records.
If this is done, the Headwaters Board has an opportunity to review this particular one. They can do as they wish, but we have to do something instead of just sitting here twiddling our thumbs.
And I agree with that, and I personally, I agree with the motion in the second, without conditions for the property rights thing. But
That, your question, I think,
But my
is a legal
question
question.
is, for me, is a legal question. Do our
Right.
rules allow me to record it without all the signatures? I would say yes, because it's the commissioner's court that's recording it, approving it for the county. And then Headwaters is a separate entity, not under the commissioner's court authority.
Right,
So then
subdivision.
I don't think we would need their signature for it to go, but it's just something that needs to be addressed. And I will hold it until I have an answer, because I need to know if it can go in the public records.
No, thank you, Jackie. Question to the county attorney then, if we do nothing, it gets approved anyway, correct?
Correct.
True.
And is that, Charlie, how long has this been in your office, or since you've received the final application?
The surveyor signed it on August 2nd.
It'd be August the 2nd.
August 2nd.
But the point is not that we're at war with Headwaters. The point is that we do something so it gets passed along to the next entity so that they may act or refuse to act or do it on conditions or whatever. We don't tell them what to do. They don't tell us what to do. We have a citizen here that needs some kind of relief. And if we just sit here and do nothing, sit here on our hands, we're not doing them a service. We pass it along to Headwaters. They have responsibility also to do life for any taxpayer. So then it's not us just kicking the can down the road. We have to do something here for the taxpayer's benefit.
If the court votes to approve it, would you also authorize the county engineer to sign it? I can sign the floodplain administrator certificate, that's good. But the subdivision, as the subdivision administrator, I'm saying that it meets all of our subdivision regulations, which it meets every one of them except we need that signature from Headwaters. So you may either need authorization to sign it or direction from you all to sign it or to sign it if Headwaters signs it. I don't know which way y'all want to go.
And that's what you guys want. You two want us to have something attached to this, some stipulation. In other words, if Headwaters does it, we'll approve it. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think the county attorney wants to jump in.
If you all could approve it like it is, but what Charlie's asking for, I think is reasonable to authorize him to sign it, even though the Headwaters signature may not be on it, because that's what y'all require in the rules that y'all adopted. So that's not required by state law. Y'all have the discretion to do that. So if you want to give him that authorization today to sign it, then at least that gets his signature on it without Headwaters.
I have to sign it too.
Yes.
But if nothing is done, then we just kick the can down the road to use Mr. Ballew's argument, September 2nd. None of y'all are going to sign it and it becomes approved.
Right.
Period.
Yeah, it's best to do this and then let these guys at Headwaters do what they're gonna do with it. They're reasonable, they'll review it, decide what they want to do.
Because I agree with that. Headwaters needs to look at the situation because we get more revision of Plat than anything else. And if this is going to be a roadblock on people being able to change a lot line because they put a fence in the wrong spot, we need to know that. And the public needs to know that.
They need to know because they might decide to move the fence back where it belongs.
Well, you have garages in the wrong. I mean, we do this all the time.
Well, it's been a while. When I was on Headwaters board, we were more often wanting to say yes than no, and I think it still remains that way. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Tom, but I I said, when I was on the Headwaters Board, we wanted to say yes. We didn't think it was our job to say no. If we could say yes, we said yes. And still the same attitude, right?
Absolutely.
So,
And if you authorize Charlie if you approve it, authorize Charlie to sign it, then an authorization to record it for Jackie would be helpful to her, even without the Headwaters signature.
Me? I'm even less than signing.
Well, the court order authorizes them.
Candidly, and I, you know, I may be a recovering lawyer, but it's still in my blood. I'm nervous about approving it because if we approve it, we're vouching for the fact that it complies with all our subdivision rules, and technically it does not. That's my concern.
but we knew we were going to have these.
I think Jonathan's suggestion of maybe just letting this be approved by operation of law is the better route to go. And then at some point, the thing about whether we've got this mandamus lawsuit that Twin Creeks is filing against us. And at the end of that, if we lose it, some judge is going to order us to go sign that plat. They're going to order me to sign it. I'm the one suited to it. Okay? This is an operation of law. If this thing gets approved by operation of law, and that's one of Twin Creek's arguments, is theirs got approved by operation of law. That plat would be legally approved if they approve it. We're sitting here today, we can't disapprove it, or can we?
I don't think.
I don't think we really can. And so, can we really approve it? Or do we just take no action and let it be approved by operation of law, and whatever signatures need to be on there, some judge is going to tell us someday.
You could disapprove it because it doesn't comply with our rules because it doesn't have all the appropriate signatures, which is what Charlie said during his part of the presentation. So you could.
So Charlie, what's your recommendation?
I was just correcting that
Charlie.
statement.
Well, we're all struggling with this.
Conditional approval, condition the Headwaters sign.
Conditional.
I think if the Headwaters Board is gonna listen to the surveyor and the situation, you gotta remember, if this is a scheduling issue,
Yeah.
that's really the root issue. We could have done this last Monday. Bobby and I didn't know that. So, you know, at the time that things were turned in, we were going through the normal process of this is, unfortunately, we let the applicant know, you realize we're not gonna be able to take this to the Commissioner's Court until today, the 14th of August. And Bobby, and it was motion, the wheels were put into motion.
But my point is, Headwaters needs to let us know what we do with revisions of the plat from now on. Otherwise, we're going to be setting public hearings and then not doing anything and then waiting 30 days. And this is the Headwaters issue.
It is a Headwaters issue.
Headwaters needs to decide how they're going to handle revision of the plat. Is it are they going to say if you're just moving a lot line less than 1% of the whole acreage, are they going to come up with what be 10%? They're going to say no, you can't have any revisions of plat. I mean,
I understand, but that's Headwaters.
I know.
But us today, I like Charlie's recommendation.
I do.
A conditional approval, and give it back to Headwaters, and let them figure out what they're gonna do.
And I think we might find out where they go from there on the rest
I
of
don't wanna get in a fight with Headwaters.
Oh, of course not.
My motion's to approve it.
I don't need motions to approve it, you got a second. So.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, wait, let's vote on the motion first.
Okay.
Vote on the motion
Let
first.
me ask you a question. So, the surveyor signed off on August 2nd. Why didn't this go to Headwaters and why didn't they sign off on it before it
I
came
took
back?
it August 2nd.
He
I
said
did.
he talked to him.
I
They
took
just-
it.
They declined to
I
sign
mean, you
it.
didn't,
Wow.
you didn't do it before the
Exact
10th?
words were, if it's not approved, he didn't say if it ever is approved, he just said if it's not approved, I can't sign it.
'Cause,
That
I mean,
day.
It's kind of the cart before the horse or something here. I mean, who
That-
needs to sign off first? The
Right.
county or Headwaters?
Right.
I came in not knowing what I was gonna get. I'm pretty
Charlie,
out.
Charlie,
But
what are
Well,
our
I'm pretty
regulations?
sure the law is that the county judge signs it last,
Yes.
and the clerk certifies my
So it goes back
test
to
of my
my
signature.
question, then Headwaters met last week. They didn't sign it last week.
What about this
They're kicking the can.
perspective? Maybe the question might be, if this would have come before the court last week, would you have approved it?
Yes. I think all of us agree with that.
Well, but would Headwaters have signed off? Because technically, we need their sign off before we.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
before.
I think Headwaters looking to us to tell them.
Headwaters,
we would approve- we would
Gene has
approve.
said that. Something similar. I don't want to put words into his mouth. He's not here to, but I think we take the steps to, in good faith, kick it back so that they can look at this in good conscience and know.
Yeah, right.
And again, this is a scheduling situation.
This is really kind of a constructive conversation. We've got our new rules.
Yes.
And Headwaters has their new rules. And this is going to open the door for discussion, ongoing discussion, to get this worked out. And so where we are today is we can either just flat approve it, which is the motion that's pending right now, or my recommendation be do the conditional approval that Charlie's recommended and go back and let Headwaters have their input and see if the conditions are met. We'll ultimately have to decide if the conditions are met, right, Charlie?
Yes, sir.
And just for the record, is that I support Headwaters' move to 10 acres. My problem is on revisions to Plat. And I think Headwaters is
Well,
close to that.
we're finding out,
Yeah.
and we're learning.
But the public is kind of left in limbo, and that's what bothers me.
Well, I want the public to know, what I want the public to know is that we do want these. And this would have been approved last week had we had it on the agenda. So,
Well, there's always the last one in the gate.
Right.
There's always unforeseen consequences, and we work them out, and we'll get it worked out.
and this one is really good because there's 2 wells, which is
Yeah.
a good thing.
Yeah.
And we're not worried about whether or not they're gonna get a well. They've got a well. And so I'm still, I'm gonna call for the vote, but my recommendation is that we take Charlie's recommendation and just approve the condition.
And just so you know, the way I'm gonna vote, I agree with the judge. I think he needs to be conditional.
Well, then I'm gonna propose an amendment.
Vote on that motion first.
We can amend it if he agrees to the amendment.
That's right. And he doesn't.
He doesn't like it, I don't like it.
Just vote on it. Let's vote on it.
Okay.
Those in favor of the motion to approve as is, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Okay. I make a motion that we approve conditionally as recommended by the county engineer.
I'll second.
We got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? Unanimous. Good. Take a break.
Thank you.
See, he got what he wanted to begin with.
Judge, can you,
He did.
for the record, for the clerk, what were the conditions of the motion?
Headwaters has
Stated.
signs it.
Okay, so Headwaters
Approve it.
signs it.
Approve.
Okay.
And if they don't, Heather, it gets approved in 30 days?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. What was
So-
If
it?
Headwaters does not approve it,
It gets approved in 30 days. Now we have a conditional
We don't
vote.
really know
And
that.
the condition is questionable in my mind, because I don't think it's a real condition according to state law.
But it's our rule.
It's our rules, but
It's something that you require, that so it can be pointed to in writing. So no, I don't think it gets approved in 30 days. You have a conditional approval.
we have to acknowledge that the conditions are satisfied. We'll worry about that in a minute.
Right.
and the point, the landowner just left out there, you know,
Well,
we're not looking after the property owners, the taxpayers.
we're trying to.
Not doing a very good job.
I think we'll get some clarification.
I've got 2 more timed items on the agenda. The next one is one at 10:05, and we're a little past that. That's item 1.14. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action to rescind court order number 40117 dated July 24, 2023, which approved the service agreement with the service uniform, which was to be effective October 2, 2023. Ms. Hawkins.
On July 24th, 2023, Commissioners Court approved a service agreement with service uniforms for our uniform service. This agreement would have been in effect October 2nd, 2023. Service uniform has some issues with changes/additions made to the agreement. which we went through the county attorney's office on all of that. To date, Service Uniform has not signed the agreement. We asked today that Commissioners Court rescind court order number 40117 dated July 24th, 2023, so that we may pursue other options for uniform service in fiscal year 23-24.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve rescinding court order with service uniform. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Kelly, any reason why they wouldn't sign?
Well, I've got the page with the addition that is in your backup. It's the addendum, kind of looks like that. It basically kind of says, hey, if Commissioners Court during the contract decides that they're cutting way back and they don't want to fund uniforms, that the contract is basically null and void. Well, I think we all know that that probably isn't going to happen, but I think in today's world, it's probably a smart thing to have put in there. So that was the reason why they didn't like that paragraph in addition to their contract.
We weren't guaranteeing them a certain number of uniforms every month, were we? So we could have just stopped using them and it would have accomplished the same thing without their clause.
What was their problem with that paragraph?
They don't like the idea that, let's say, next fiscal year, the court kind of says, hey, all the departments that have uniforms, we're not going to fund them, money's tight. And they're afraid that all of a sudden the contract would end. So
A lot of times when folks contract with the government entities, they know that it's conditioned on that funding each year. And I guess this company doesn't usually get a response that requires a non-appropriation clause from the entity, and so they don't like that.
And we do it fiscal year to fiscal year because we can't obligate future courts.
You can't obligate those future dollars.
Right.
Yeah.
And you have other options.
Yeah.
we're meeting this week with 2 other uniform companies. And they're bigger companies. This is a fairly small
Sure.
company, so we may not end up in that same predicament.
Okay.
Call the question.
Yeah, you got a motion and a second? Okay. Any more discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, rescinded. The next time item is the 1030 item, and that's item 1.21, which is to consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to accept the quarterly report from the Veteran Services Advisory Committee. And I think we've got everybody here.
We've got a bunch.
Gary Nolan.
Good morning, this is Gary Noller, 140 Ray Drive, Center Point, Precinct 3. Very happy to be here today. I'd like to extend our thanks again to the Commissioners Court for support of veterans in Kerr County and the appointment of Veterans County Service Officer and Assistant Veterans County Service Officer. We met with Jenna several times. Jenna's very good at contacting us when she has questions. She always sends us her monthly reports on performance. They always look very good. She's always busy. She always goes home at night wishing she could have done more things. And so some of the numbers we gathered from her, or she submits, we asked her about, is since January 1 of 2023, she has submitted 560 claims to the VA for veterans seeking federal benefits. That breaks down to 75 claims a month. In that same period, you got 352 of them came back, 352 claims came back approved. Now, those may have been submitted way before 2023, but kind of shows a little bit of the activity going on. About the middle of July, I got a report from her that she had 63 claims that were with the VA that are pending decision. The VA says they can do a claim in 30 days, well, it's got to be a very easy claim for them to do. They have a backlog out there. The backlog starts at 125 days, and last time I looked, they had like 400,000 backlog claims. She also had 86 claims where she's waiting for the veteran to bring her more information to be able to process the claim. And then she also had 83 claims where she was needing to do something with. They're laying on her desk and need her action to do something to push us on down the road. So that comes up with 232 claims that are active right now. And I about fell out of the chair when I found out. I was no way would have dreamed that she had that much stuff going on in that office. And I did a little bit of calculations. There's 22 working days in a month. That's about 176 hours. And if she worked on every claim that she has out there in 1 month, she'd have about 45 minutes on each claim. Well, we know she's in a meeting today. She goes to training sessions. She goes to community meetings and stuff. You're not going to work 8 hours a day. So all of those claims out there, it may come down to 20 or 30 minutes a month if she worked on every claim that's active. But thankfully, she doesn't have to work on every claim that's active. But also on the other side of that is there are a lot of veterans out there that are wishing things could go faster. But it's a volume, it's a demand out there. We know there's a demand out there. And we know that Jenna is doing much to meet that demand. Some of that comes from the PACT Act, which went into effect last year in August. A flood of veterans immediately became eligible for VA benefits, so they hit all the veteran service officers. There's no veteran service officer in the United States that didn't get backed up on PACT Act claims. And it's still going to go on for a while. When claims are approved, veterans who receive benefits from the federal government, cost of living allowance has already been announced for next year, so all the veterans in Kerr County that are receiving disability pay or pension pay are going to get something, whether it's enough to cover the cost of inflation or not, we will have to wait and see. But that's been approved. Texas has now become the state in the United States that has the most veterans of any state in the United States. And it used to be California. And the big three states have always been Texas, California, and Florida, usually California, Texas, and Florida in that order. But for some reason or other, California kind of fell off a little bit on the list this year. I don't know what's happening. But in all seriousness, it's driving a lot of veterans into Texas. And the governor's opening the doors. He says anybody can come, but it's bringing a lot of veterans in because Texas is a veterans-friendly state. San Antonio is a huge veterans community over there with Fort Sam, Houston, and Air Force bases, Audie Murphy, and we're also seeing that South Texas Veterans Healthcare System, which is Audie Murphy VA Memorial Hospital, and all the clinics in Kerrville out here is increasing demand. We were told that there's like 830 new veterans every month that go to Audie Murphy for their health care, which is another totally unbelievable number. So this area is huge for veterans. And today we have all of our committee members here: Vicki Marsh, Jeff Harris, Mark Del Toro, Toby Appleton's also here as an observer. He's going to learn more about what the Veteran Service Advisory Committee is all about. And finally, we'd like to announce that there was a hire made late Friday for a assistant veterans county service officer, Chase Alsop. He's sitting right here in front of me. Chase is a 10-year veteran of the United States Marine Corps. He was born in Corpus Christi, so he was Texan. Had a very interesting career in the Marine Corps. He was MP, military policeman, overseas station in Okinawa, Japan. He also was a recruiter. So between his military police experience and his recruiter experience, he's dealt with a large number of people in diverse situations. And so we want to welcome Chase into the office here, and Jenna's already got him in there studying. So the big thing, of course, with that is get that VA accreditation. And so Jenna will probably be pouring some of her activity into Chase getting up and getting his accreditation. And that's my report. Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you. And welcome, Chase.
Thank you.
Well, I'll make a motion that we accept their quarterly report. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you, Gary. Thank all of you. Okay, moving over to the untimed docket now. The next item on the agenda, go back to 1.28. Consider, discuss, take appropriate action regarding the proposed Kerr County budget for fiscal year 23-24. Michelle.
Yes, before I begin, if I can just give a shout out to my staff. They've worked really hard, keeping people away from me, for lack of saying it in a better way, so that I can concentrate on the budget, and I've really appreciated what they've done.
And they've been really, really good at that.
Yes.
Yes.
So for the Commissioners Court budget that I'm fixing to present today, the goal was to have 25% of expenditures in the 9/30/24 fund balance. A property tax rate of 42.5 cents is projected to create this fund balance. At this property tax rate, expenditures still exceed revenues by about $8.5 million. The new animal control shelter and other capital projects account for about $6 million of this $8.5 million. General fund expenditures still exceed revenues by approximately $500,000, and $2 million of savings built up over the years will be transferred for road and bridge operations and flood control. So 1 cent of property taxes is approximately $500,000, and $500,000 changes the fund balance by about 1%. The proposed budget must be filed with the county clerk by tomorrow per the local government code. And this budget can be updated until it's actually passed by Commissioners Court on August the 28th. We posted an agenda for a budget workshop on the 16th of August if it's necessary. Just in general, kind of looking it over, you've got total revenue for general fund went up about 3.8%. Total expenditures went up basically 6%. It was kind of interesting looking at it. I kind of went back and did a review over the differences between the current year's budget and next year's proposed budget. And it was kind of interesting what came about. So the majority of the increase is in the 409, which is where we place everything that doesn't really have a category that has to be done. So the largest one that went up was the payroll contingency, and that's the effect of moving from 1 year to 3, or step 1 to step 3 on the pay grade and step is why that was put in there. Again, it is a contingency line item. The next highest was the first call transport, but again, they went at $5,600. It just looks like a lot percentage-wise. The others, as far as larger line items, the contingency, it's kind of a misnomer. Where we're at now is about $500,000 based on everything we've pulled out so far this year. And we boosted that back up to $750,000, which is our normal amount for that line item. And the PDO transfer went up about $100,000. So that's kind of categorically what went up. You also had two of the ones, these are all ones that were over 10% of an increase. There were two, but they're both staff related. We had public relations that went up and the veteran service officers, but both of those were based on staff. And then one of the others, election services, went up about 16%, but again, $58,000, I believe it was,
is for the staff for the election days, and then the rest of that was postage that we're gonna need. And then also the youth exhibition center, of course, went up. And that was basically, if I recall, it was utilities and then the Spectrum's contract amount went up. So shout out kind of just mental health. I did look at who decreased, so those that decreased more than 10%. Mental health court more based, it went down, but again, that's a reflection of the Hill Country Regional Public Defender's Office, so it went up. But we did see the corresponding drops in the court-appointed attorneys, which is why we did that program or that grant. IT went down, but they went down only because we moved what we were paying for out of savings, we moved that to debt for this coming year. Now, what's interesting that you didn't hear me say was the sheriff's office. So the sheriff's office, so although there was $1 million increase in what their spending is between the two, the jail and the sheriff department together, but those increases are less than 10%. On the road and bridge, their revenues are basically flat, and their expenditures, they actually decreased, but again, it was because we moved the majority of the equipment that we paid for this year out of fund balance. We moved that to debt for the upcoming year. And then the other part of that is the county engineer went up, but it was the Eagle Ridge Road. So I kind of looked at that just because y'all's comments at the last workshop kind of said, what would we cut? So it's kind of more of what are we funding? Any questions, comments?
Yes. Going back to, you initially said revenues and expenses. Expenses were up 6%, is that what you said?
In which one? Yes, in general.
And revenues were up how much?
About 4%.
3.8?
3.8.
Okay. And then you talked about the payroll contingency right after that, and then you said something, and I didn't get it written down. I missed it. Right after payroll contingency.
It would have been the first call transport, but it was only, it looks like it's an 87% increase, but again, it's only $5,600.
Okay.
And what was the tax rate you mentioned?
14.5.
425. Currently, we're at 4051.
Any other questions? And that gets us to a 25% contingent, 25% of our fund balance available at the end of the year, which would be 3 months operations, which is the guideline.
Yes, sir.
It's really even better than that.
I know.
From the standpoint that the general fund's it would be at 37%, and most of the stuff at the bottom, a lot of that's dedicated funds of one sort or another.
Right.
That can't be used for anything else anyway.
It puts us somewhere between 3 and 4 months of operating expenditures.
Tanya, I appreciate what y'all done. I know y'all been under the gun, you know, all hands on deck. We've thrown y'all a lot of curveballs and what have you, so I appreciate your hard work.
Okay. There's no action for us to take on that?
You can, I believe it says
To be filed with the clerk, would it need to be?
consider, discuss, and take appropriate action.
So we authorize you
So
to file
if
this
you-
budget with the clerk.
The proposed.
You could, it's law, I mean, local government code says we have to anyway.
We're gonna do it anyway.
If you wanted to, you know, me to reduce some money out of the revenue at this point, use fund balance, this is when we kind of need to talk about it a little bit, because if there's not anything to say right now, there's probably not a need for a workshop on Wednesday either.
You need to hear from Bob on the tax rates.
And again, this may change by the time the 28th of August.
when you actually vote on the proposed.
So we don't, you will file it whether we vote on it or not?
Correct.
And that would reflect the 5% increase in tax rates for the county.
5% increase. Can you say that again?
Well, you know, if we're going from .4051 to .425, that's a 5% increase.
Okay,
Correct?
that is what it would show based on those numbers.
What's the existing tax rate?
It's 4051.
What part of that is the animal control facility of that increase?
Zero. Because the animal control facility is it would be about 1 cent.
1 cent?
1 cent. I actually gave y'all my copy. Was there an extra? Here. So the animal control is 64 under the debt. So fund balance 2023 limited tax bonds, that's about 447,000. That's why I'm saying it's about 1 cent. 500,000 is 1 cent. The new debt is another cent.
So that's half. 2.5%, 5%.
The voters voted on it.
Well,
Yeah.
voters vote.
Thank you.
Had the other bonds passed, it would be a lot worse.
Or better when they look at it.
It'd be better.
Yeah.
Choose to.
It'd be better.
Bill, y'all will be paid for it after I'm going somewhere.
Well, maybe not.
Okay. All right. We'll file the budget tomorrow.
If not, later today.
Or later today.
So there's no reason for the workshop on the 16th.
That's your pleasure.
I mean, if we're,
Does Bob have anything different? He's the next one. Does he have any different to tell us?
I don't know.
He has the truth in taxation information.
Maybe we should do that.
1.30?
Yeah.
Okay, consensus seems to be the one to hear from Bob first.
I agree.
We're going to go ahead and call item 1.30, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action regarding the calculations of the 2023 property tax rates for Kerr County and Lake Ingram Estates Road District. Bob Reed.
Still morning, I believe, gentlemen, so good morning. In accordance with 26.04C of the Texas Property Code, I calculated the no new revenue and voter approval rates for Kerr County, which includes the lateral road fund. Additionally, I calculated the rates for the Lake Ingram Estates Road District. The combined no new revenue rate for Kerr County and the lateral road fund is .3636 per $100 valuation. The rate would be divided between the Kerr County General Fund of .3410 and the lateral road fund of .0226. The debt rate has been calculated at .0518. The combined voter approval rate is .4892, which includes a total of .0879. Let me repeat that, .0879 per $100 valuation, and that's our unused increment rate, which the court was able to bank for the preceding 3 years because of the rates which you adopted. Any rate that you would adopt would include the lateral roads at the aforementioned .0226 and the debt at .0518. The balance then would be available for the maintenance and operations.
Could you repeat that again?
Any adopted rate that you would choose should include the lateral road fund of .0266 per $100 valuation and .0518, which is the calculated debt rate. As a reminder, the rate for last year was .3373 for maintenance and operations. Interest and sinking fund or the debt was .0425, and the lateral roads was .0253, which combined for the rate that Ms. Shelton previously spoke of .4051. Now, I will point out that while, yes, the math indicates 5%, we are going higher than that if you use the 4250, because I have to go off the no new revenue rate, not last year's rate. It's not Bob's rule. Talk to the people there on Congress, Red River, wherever you want to talk to them. As far as Lake Ingram Estates, which is entirely debt service and is only for those property taxpayers that live in with that road district, the debt service is calculated at .1151 per $100 valuation. The adopted rate for the previous year was .1335 per $100 valuation. So this shows you the rate drops, property values went up for Lake Ingram Estates, but it's going to produce roughly the same amount of revenue to make the debt payment. So in general, for the Kerr County and lateral roads, a rate that Ms. Shelton spoke to you a minute ago, and she and I have conferred on this, would be within our calculated rates, would not require any mandatory election. It would be above the no new revenue rate, but within the voter approval rate as I gave you. My calculations will be filed on the website later today or first thing in the morning.
Do you have a handout that has all those numbers, Bob?
Sure.
I
will give it. I will give you a copy.
Mine too.
I will send a copy to all of you when I file it.
I thought I was gonna have to watch the video again.
Okay. Let's try to recap the high points so the public knows what we're doing. We're talking about proposed tax rate for next year, 0.425, right?
That is the rate that was presented to you that would get you to
our goal.
Your goal.
That gets us to 25% in the fund balance.
What the auditor presented to us.
That is correct.
Now, the no new tax revenue rate is 0.3636, right?
That is correct.
Why is that lower than the .451?
Because the revenues went up, the prices.
As values go up, rates come down.
And keep this in perspective. When Don and I came on the court in January of 2019, the tax rate was 51.5%. That was the tax rate. And that tax rate has gone down consistently each year for the past 4 years. True, that's right. But the no new tax rate means that we lowered the rate to take in the same amount of money. And so this year, for the first time since we've been on the court, Don and I, the tax rate is going to actually increase. But the voter approval rate, and that is the rate that we have to have in an election, get the voters' approval because it exceeds the legislative guidelines that have been laid out for us. That's actually 48.92, right?
That is correct. That includes, that's because of the actions of previous court by night. They basically were saving some of the tax rate in each year. And we get to bank that for a rolling 3 years.
Right. And so we actually, not that we want to do this, but That is almost 6.5 cents more than the tax rate that is being proposed right now. What the voter approval rate would have.
You
to have.
could go up that high, that is correct, Judge.
Now, the difference between where we were last year and where we are this year is a little over 6 cents. Does that sound right?
That is correct.
And we're using some of the credits that we banked in
Well,
years.
could I back up, Judge?
Please.
The 6 cents is above this year's no new revenue rate,
Correct.
which,
Not the old rate.
not the old rate.
I stand correct. Keep reminding you of that. I know we have to do it. But we're actually 6 cents above the no new tax rate. And the 3.5%
revenue.
No new revenues.
Right.
I'm losing my thought.
I know.
But it gets kind of complicated. But the legislature imposed a 3.5% cap on us when they passed the law several years ago, right, Bob?
Yes, sir.
A year, 3.5% a year. And so the last 3 years, we have banked that 3.5% for a total of about 10.5%.
In theory.
In theory. In theory.
A good catch.
Well, but it's altered.
As I
And
told
we're using some of that we banked right here.
As I told Commissioner Pace, it's not normal math. And
On average, what is the taxpayer gonna see in terms of their taxes going up? What percent? If we approve this 0.425 rate?
if you approve the 425 rate, well,
about
1 cent is going to be to the average taxpayer. The average home this year is $322,292.
Yeah. I'm just looking on a percentage basis.
I'm trying to get there, Commissioner. Last year it was 288,142.
Say that number again.
Last year, the average taxable value of a homestead, if you did not have a tax ceiling or what's commonly referred to as frozen taxes. So for every penny that you go above the no new revenue rate, you're going to look at about $32 to the average homeowner.
And we're increasing that 6 cents, right? A little over 6 cents.
Because the no new revenue rate in theory, and it's within a couple dollars when you calculate it out between the average homeowner last year and his value, the average homeowner this year, and the value times the two tax rates, they're approximately the same. So for every penny you go above the no new revenue rate of 0.3636, you're going to look at about $32.
And so that 6 cents is about $192.
Yep.
Almost $200. For the average value home.
For the average value home.
If I'm not mistaken, that's over 16% increase if you taxes are frozen. And for people whose taxes are frozen, what will they see?
If the home and the land associated with the homestead had no improvements made to it, no enlargement or anything like that, they will see none.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
None.
No increase.
But let me, since we're on YouTube, 0 increase for this entity, for Kerr County.
Right.
If you're UGRA, if you're Headwaters, they do not have tax ceilings. Lake Ingram Estates, as we just talked about, does not have a tax ceiling. The ESDs do not. The ones that do are the school districts mandated by law. And then with local option, City of Kerrville, Kerr County, lateral roads. So I'm wanting to say this, so on October 5th or whenever when the tax bills come out and they're higher, and that we get the calls, it's not because of Kerr County going up, or y'all get the calls, they said our taxes wouldn't go up. It's not Kerr County's taxes that go up. It's up to each of the other entities to. Taxing entities to decide what they want to adopt.
Yeah.
You will.
But of course, anybody whose taxes haven't been frozen, they're gonna go up.
Repeat that, please.
I mean, anybody whose taxes aren't frozen, you know, the youngsters, their taxes are gonna go up.
My taxes will go up, that's correct. I'll put it that way.
Youngster.
For 4 more taxes.
Anything else from Bob? And you'll get us a handout.
I will email you all of the calculations when I file it this afternoon.
And I appreciate you being able to explain it to us so that we understand it instead of having to do what you do. Anything else? Thank you. Okay.
It's still up there.
So do we need
I think we got everything.
I think finding the need to change the numbers, you have to find something big.
Right.
I don't think there's anything big left to find, other than one of the salaries. That's the only thing that's an item. I'm happy where the salaries are. I don't like the tax rate where it's going, but I like the salaries. I think that's necessary. Judge, I'm sure you heard when you were both gone last week. Road and Bridge came up with another 500,000.
Right.
Which helped a lot.
Yes.
And a few other minor things. So I mean, we made some pretty big adjustments in the past couple of meetings. We've stayed off of the salaries, and I hope we continue to stay off the salary changes. This is not good.
So is there a consensus workshop or no workshop?
Well, I agree with Commissioner Letts. I don't know, I've gone over it and over it in my mind, how do you change it? How do you come up with something significant enough that it'll really make a difference? I don't see it. I'm also concerned about what we did this year with using grant money and other things to subsidize payroll. So that's gonna come back around and bite us pretty soon, like a steel bear trap. So this is not a happy year.
Nope. Next year's not gonna be any better.
And part of that is the continued inflation we're dealing with. Prices of everything have gone up. And it isn't coming down regardless of what they tell you on the news. When you go to the grocery store, you know the prices are not coming down.
Harley, I agree with you and I agree with the judge as well. You know, he brought up that since him and I have been on the court, we have not raised the rate. And
we lowered the rate 3 years in a row.
Well, yeah, exactly.
We just catching up with us.
And I don't think anybody out there would think that we can continue to do that with inflation the way it is. And I keep saying that we're the bottom rung on the ladder. The top rung is Washington, and everything trickles downhill to us. So that's where we're at.
You may want to make a motion about the workshop, or is that, we have?
Well, somebody else.
Rich is kind of indicated he's interested in the workshop. Anybody else?
I'm always willing to try. I tend to agree there's not a lot of open salaries that you can do now.
Well, it's time to hold our noses and do it.
I think so.
We'll move on to the next agenda item. Start a series of Bob Reed show here. Nadine.
Thank you. A timed item, Judge?
We have an 11 o'clock.
Oh, 11 o'clock? Oh, yeah, we got a timed item, which is at 1.40, status of law enforcement services provided by the city of Ingram.
Hello, my name is Ruby Nix. I'm the city secretary for the city of Ingram. And it's become a pattern whenever a new mayor comes in that the chief of police that we have tells all the officers that they're gonna get defunded, so they all quit and leave. So here we are again. This time we terminated someone for not doing their job appropriately. But again, we lost several officers and we're trying to rebuild again. Our agencies have had a long history of working together to serve and protect citizens of Ingram for many years. The city of Ingram is a type A general law city, so per the Texas state statute, local government code title 11, public safety, subtitle A, municipal public safety, chapter 341, municipal law enforcement, subchapter A, regular police force, section 341.001, police force of type A general law municipality. A, the governing body of a type A general law municipality may establish and regulate a municipal police force. B, the governing body may, by ordinance, may provide for the appointment of police officers the governing body considers necessary and for the terms of office and qualifications of the officers. C, the governing body, by ordinance, may provide that the police officers serve at the pleasure of the governing body. This statute advises that we may establish and regulate a municipal police force. It does not state that we have to have a municipal police force. The city of Ingram first established a marshal's office, I believe it was back in 1982, in an effort to assist Kerr County Sheriff's Office with upholding law and order in our city. When our law enforcement was initially created, there was never 24/7 coverage by our department for the citizens of Ingram. Therefore, the sheriff's office covered our city while our marshals, then we became officers, were off duty. And in turn, our marshals and officers have assisted the KCSO West Deputy into responding to some of those calls that were in their jurisdictions when they had no one available to respond. However, now that we are again attempting to rebuild our law enforcement department, rather than working with the only officer that we currently have by responding to calls when he is off, but by following up on those calls. KCSO is basically pawning the follow-up calls that deputies responded to that aren't newspaper headline worthy onto this one officer that we have for him to do when he is on duty. So instead of being able to patrol our city, he's stuck in the office writing up follow-up reports for calls that he didn't even respond to. It's like extra work is purposely being pushed off on him, so he completely burns out and quits. It has been very vocal by certain people saying that the city of Ingram is the reason for KCSO's budgeting issues, and has implied that the county should be able to have the funds that are budgeted for our Ingram Police Department. Since our citizens pay Kerr County taxes, which goes towards the budget funding of the KCSO, they are already paying for law enforcement services from KCSO. The definition for double taxation is the disparity that exists either when residents of municipalities pay county and city taxes and receive benefits or services only from the city, or when city-county agreements provide for joint financing of services with the city residents also financing part of the county share. That being said, I believe double taxation has already been occurring with the interlocal agreement to pay $12,000 a year for dispatch services and the $21,000 that was formerly being paid for Kerr County Animal Control Services. We will not double tax our citizens by giving more money to the county for services that their taxes already pay for. The city of Ingram is part of West Kerr County that KCSO and the Kerr County Animal Control is obligated to patrol. The city of Kerrville continues to increase our wastewater rates annually. A large percentage of our citizens live below the poverty line. Therefore, they could not afford for us to keep increasing their wastewater bill, which leaves it up to the city of Ingram to cover the price difference. We increased our rate of pay for police officers to be comparable with other local agencies in an effort to help retain employees. But now we're hearing a rumor that KCSO has increased their pay rate by 25%. The city of Ingram cannot compete with this. Should the city of Ingram Council ever decide that we can no longer fund a police department, then whatever funds that would have gone to one will be redirected into improving our infrastructure. That being said, they are not wanting to defund the police. They are wanting to cut back on the number. Instead of having 9, I think they were looking at having a chief and 3, possibly 4 officers on duty, so that we can put more money into our infrastructure, meaning the roads, which are horrible, that Kerr County deputies, every time they go down McNeil, they can see how horrible that is. But we have several that the backgrounds have been completed for a chief as well as for officers. So we are actively trying to rebuild our department. I think a miscommunication came from the interim chief, and that was regarding the follow-up. That, again, we have one officer, he's not able to patrol because he's doing follow-up calls that were responded to by the sheriff's office while he was off. So that's all that we were asking for assistance, is the sheriff's department follows up on all of their calls that they respond to while he is off, so he can patrol the streets instead of being stuck in the office following up on these calls that he never responded to in the first place.
Anything else?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Sheriff, do you have anything?
Yeah, I have several things. Secretary Nick, since you opened that door and several of these items concern the Kerr County Sheriff's Office, I'd like to address some of them. Let's see. I had a chance to break some of these responses to your email. Secretary Nix, the statute advises we may establish a regulated police force. It does not say we have to have a municipal police force. That is correct. That's been established. That's a dead subject. But you do have a police department.
That we're trying to keep.
Secretary Nix, now that we are attempting to rebuild law enforcement, since I've been sheriff here going on 3 years, in the last 2 years, I know y'all been trying to rebuild it. I've seen 5 chiefs in 2.5 years. Secretary Nix, KCSO is pawning the following up calls the deputies respond to that are not headline worthy. I kind of take a little offense to that. The comment did bother me. How is KCSO pawning off calls that belong to the city to start with? Sheriff, to be clear, KCSO is forwarding all calls at IPD that require follow-up investigation. My discussion with Chief Number 3, Joe Hamilton, Chief Hamilton asked me to help cover calls for the city of Ingram, and we will follow up on those investigations. That hasn't been changed yet. Sheriff, I appreciate the comment about headlines. KCSO does get a lot of media attention. Headlines in the media for our proactiveness. If people need to go to jail, they go to jail. 2 items the sheriff I won't tolerate is crimes against children and narcotic trafficking. Secretary Nix, it's like extra work purposely being pushed off on him. Wow, I've been trying to figure this one out. How is KCSO pawning off extra work on IPD when it's their work to begin with and not KCSO's? Secretary Nix, Judge Kelly has been vocal with saying the city of Ingram is the reason for KCSO budgeting issues and have implied the county should be able to have funds that belong to the Ingram Police Department. I don't remember the judge saying the city of Ingram is the reason for KCSO's budgeting issues. My budget is just fine. At the end of this year, we'll be able to return back some money.
That was in a first Thursday meeting.
I do remember the judge saying that the city of Ingram is some of KCSO's staffing issues because KCSO is shorthanded right now. In addition to that being shorthanded, our mental health transports increase. I don't ever remember the judge asking about funds from the city of Ingram. Maybe I wasn't present. As a matter of fact, I know when I have been present, the judge is against getting into that kind of business as referred to in contracting with the city of Ingram. I know that for a fact. The comment on contracted services with the city of Ingram was brought up by me and some of the commissioners. Secretary Nick, since our citizens pay taxes, which goes towards the budget funding of KCSO, they are already paying law enforcement services for KCSO. I'm going to defer to that. I'm going to that's another section I'll cover that on. Secretary Nix, the city of Ingram is part of West Kerr County. The Kerr County and Kerr County Animal Control is obligated to patrol. I'm not sure about this one as far as KCSO being obligated to patrol. the city of Ingram. What is a sheriff? Sheriff acts as conservative and executive officer of the county and district courts, serves writs and process of the courts, seizes property after judgments, and enforce traffic laws of the county roads and supervision of the county jails. What is a sheriff obligated to do? By statute, the sheriff is obligated to serve as a licensed peace officer responsible for enforcing criminal laws in the state, manage and operate the county jail, provide security for the courts, serve warrants and civil papers. That's what the sheriff is obligated to do, and that's on the TAC website if you'd like to look at it. Should the city of Ingram ever decide they will no longer fund a police department, then whatever funds they would have gone will be redirected to improving infrastructure. No longer funding the police department sounds like to me defunding, but that we'll see what happens there. Double taxation. I don't believe the county contracting services with the city of Ingram will be double taxation. If that was the case, I know several smaller agencies throughout the state of Texas that contract with our local sheriff's office. The $12,000 for dispatch services, the $50 per inmate for the first day of jail is an interlocal agreement that does not have to happen and be in place. My entire career as a DPS officer, I had people tell me, well, we pay your salary. As sheriff, I've had people tell me, well, I pay taxes, so I pay your salary. Well, if I really want to be public to know, I really want the public to know what these taxes go towards that we're talking about, they've been talking about all morning. There's 30 items. I'm going to go ahead and read them out so everybody understands. The taxes you pay go towards adult probation, ag barn, extension office, airport, animal services, auditor, commissioner's court, 4 constables, county clerk's office, county attorney's office, county court of law, crime victim services, indigent health, 198th district attorney's office and its staff, 216th district attorney's office and its staff, district clerk's office, district court's office, engineering, environmental services, human services, indigent health, information technology, 4 justice of the peace and its staff, maintenance, public defender's program, public relations, road and bridge, tax assessor, treasurer, veteran service, and the Kerr County Sheriff's Office. In closing, it's one thing to back up Ingram Police Department. It's another thing to cover Ingram Police Department for 12 hours. It's another thing to cover from 24 hours. And it's another thing to cover Ingram Police Department for several days. Okay. And it's another thing to follow up on investigations that have come from those calls. The Commissioner's Court does not supervise me. I'm elected by the public. But the Commissioner's Court does provide the funds to operate the Kerr County Sheriff's Office, and they've done a great job doing that. So the Commissioner's Court wants KCSO to continue to answer calls and follow up on Ingram Police Department criminal investigations. Just let me know. Remember, KCSO only has 1 deputy for that entire West District. My issue isn't that that's not fair to the rest of the Western District and the rest of the county. Okay, we're not going to talk about being shorthanded and the mental health transports that continue to increase. Depending on the call volume and criminal cases we have to investigate, I will be coming to the Commissioner's Court for additional manpower and overtime funds. I say that because IPD has a budget of $680,000 and funded for up to 8 officers, the last I knew, including the chief. I certainly don't think the public would expect Kerr County Sheriff's Office to do this with 1 deputy that is responsible for covering the entire west part of the county. I'm open for questions.
My question is about filling out the reports. If something happens in the city of Ingram, do you have access to their computer to file a report?
No, we catch it, we clean it. I mean, so if we answer a call there, you know, it's on the Kerr County Sheriff's Office, we're answering the call. Okay, so previously with Chief Hamilton, he had asked me, hey, can you help us out and cover our calls, and we'll do the follow-up investigation on these calls. So we basically write it up and we forward them to investigate. And I'm sure, you know, those numbers are getting bigger and bigger. That was the original agreement. What I'm telling y'all, if y'all want me to do it, let me know. I'm going to come back to y'all for some more manpower, money, and overtime issues. I mean, you know, when does this stop?
So you do write a report, which you forward to the city of Ingram.
Yeah, and that can, there's one thing for checking a suspicious vehicle, and so maybe a disturbance, but anything, follow up a burglary, a homicide, which that hasn't happened. But there's several things, criminal issues that require additional investigations. The way we operate the sheriff's office, our guy on the road, the deputy out there answers a call. Takes the risk, because we went out there covering the county as much as possible. And we certain calls, it gets forwarded to our CID division, which those guys probably carry a caseload of 20, 30 cases, and then they follow up on those cases in the county.
I've forgotten about Chief Hamilton. I can't keep up. Who's on first?
He was
Go
an interim, hired as a temporary interim chief while we tried to rebuild again.
Just seems like back when Byron Griffin was here, things were pretty stable, hiring people and retaining officers. And then under new leadership, had a problem, not only with police officers, chiefs, but secretaries as well. No offense, but there's been a revolving door. The only thing steady has been the leadership over there.
Well, one of the problems I see, I was sheriff when Chief Twist was there, and it was amazing. I saw that city run by 2 people.
Seems like a lot of those couldn't wait to get them in, then couldn't wait for them to get them out a few months later.
So I heard the complaints. I don't hear a request.
I was just told that y'all were wanting to know the status on what's going on with Ingram Police Department.
Ruby,
So that's why I
you
was
probably
here.
need to get back up there. See if we can hear you.
But what we heard in this next was a list of complaints, basically. I mean, do you have any answers or requests of the county?
I was just told that y'all wanted an update on the Ingram Police Department, so that's what our update is. That's what's going on right now. The only request we would have is to assist with the follow-up of the calls, just the regular calls. Because we have one guy and an interim that, he's just the interim temporary. So he's not running, he's not going out on the streets. We only have the one officer. So that would only be my request, is that the sheriff's department, if they had to respond to something in our area while that officer was off, if they could follow up on those calls too, because the one we have is not able to patrol when he is on duty because he's having to do follow-ups on all these other calls. Yes, they were in the city of Ingram's area, but he's only one guy.
But that's not the real issue. That's not the issue for the sheriff's department. That's the issue for the city of Ingram.
Okay.
I want to be crystal clear to the public. The Kerr County Sheriff's Office provides the same coverage countywide, with the exception of the city of Kerrville. Kerrville wants additional law enforcement, and they have their own police department to do that. Once upon a time, Ingram had their own police department because they wanted better protection. You'll get the same protection as the people in Center Point, Divide, Mountain Home, everywhere. It's the same for everyone. And I'm very proud of what our sheriff's office has been able to do under these very stressful circumstances. And I can assure you, I have never wanted to contract law enforcement services with the city of Ingram, ever. Talk to anybody in this courthouse. Anything else? Thank you.
I'll make a comment. I mean, it seems like there's an east part of the county, so I don't know a whole lot about the details of Ingram. But it seems to me the citizens of Ingram, if they want to change, they need to make a change. I mean, if they want, the law enforcement they used to have, they've got the ability to do that. And it's not the sheriff is doing, like the judge just said, you give the same law enforcement countywide. And the city of Ingram, that's what they want. So be it, but it means there's going to be, it may not be the service, the level of service that they've had in the past. It's just not possible. I mean, if that one deputy or a couple of deputies, we have very few deputies on call countywide. And they're not available, they're not available. And it's just that simple. And that's, like you said, like, in the city of Kerrville, they have their own police department because they wanted much, I guess, enhanced law enforcement. And if the city of Ingram wants that, they're gonna have a police department. It's that simple.
Sheriff, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like maybe right now or just a matter of months ago, Ingram's starting pay was higher than the SO, wasn't it? Or
Yeah, it currently is, and that was one of the things frustrating. I have, 120 people to oversee and supervise. As far as morale issues, but good things are coming. It's awful hard on the working deputy when you go answer calls. I mean, the officer primarily works days on the schedules I get. So for my guys to go in there and cover, the evenings and nights and weekends and get paid less is very disheartening.
well, I guess the reason for the question is because with their salary starting out higher than the SO, with us increasing the starting pay for the SO, you still have problems recruiting and retaining people when y'all were higher than us. So it's not really our fault. I mean, we're all competing for people wanting to go into law enforcement and what have you. So we're doing what's best for the county overall, trying to keep recruiting and retaining people.
One other thing, Secretary Nix, I'd like to know, it was brought to my attention that the one officer you have is on FMLA till further notice. So I don't believe nobody's been there since Wednesday.
He is back now on light duty due to a cardiac issue.
Still getting cover calls, or probably not.
Not right now.
Okay. Moving on. We're back to item 1.31, which is consider and discuss ordering the constitutional amendment election. Bob?
Yes, sir. At this time, I would request that the court order the constitutional amendment election, which will consist of 14 propositions, which came out of the general session of the legislature and the two special sessions. Early voting by personal appearance would be at the Youth Event Center and the West Kerr Courthouse Annex at 510 College Street. In your backup material, you have the days of early voting, the last day to register to vote, the systems that will be used or to obtain applications for ballot by mail. And therefore, I respectfully ask the court to approve the order of election for the November 2023 special, it's not a special election, constitutional amendment election.
For approval.
Second.
Motion and second to approve the constitutional amendment election as presented. Any discussion?
Yes. Just a question, because it seems at one point there was a question on language. All of the language, that's dictated by the legislature? Where did the wording, actual wording of these?
The order
Yeah.
from Secretary of State's website of what needs to be in it, and we do the best of our ability to put everything that's required in. Could I have missed something? Not perfect, Commissioner.
Okay. It's from the Secretary of State. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Bob, the Hart Intercivic Verity system, is it, I thought we had 2.0.
My latest update, I believe, was offered is 2.4.
That is correct.
When was it updated?
It was offered in 19
18?
with the system that we
Yes.
bought, when we bought the system in
Yes.
18.
In 18?
Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
I have a copy of that agreement that showed it was 2.0. I was curious whether you had recently updated or not. And are we confident that this system that you're proposing to use has been tested by an accredited lab?
Yes, sir. If you'll recall, an email chain between myself and the members of the court individually, Madam Attorney.
Thank you.
Of March 10th, providing answers to Mr. Woodward's questions regarding accreditation. I will stand by what they give.
Okay. I'm aware that there are a number of lawsuits that are challenging this issue, and they are being heard right now. So it's not quite so straightforward at this point.
Very well. To the best of my knowledge, what information we have available, I am giving it to the court that it is.
Well, I'll just say I'm opposed to using the HARP machines. I think they are subject to manipulation and fraud. That was admitted by the Vice President of HARP that was here in April, I think, or maybe it was March. And of course, we have the issue of they're a black box. We can't look in, our IT people can't inspect it. There are questions about how they are being inspected. And the motherboards and circuitry are all made in China.
I will take exception to that with what I provided to you, that they are not.
They're not what?
Made in China.
Austin,
The
Texas.
motherboards? That's what the senior vice president stated.
No, sir, he did not. You can watch it again. I brought this up once before in your honor. I don't want to go back there. You might find me in contempt.
Well, the question is whether we're gonna authorize an election. So let's
Right.
just
Stick to the
vote on that.
Yeah.
Well,
We got them.
it's because he stated it's part of the
I
system.
know,
that's
but we're gonna have an election either way, and we have
You're
to
right.
do it.
We have a motion and a second. So.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
4-1.
Who was the
I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you.
But we have to have an election either way.
Did that order,
I know, but you don't have to adopt.
did that motion include?
But that's not
We
included.
could.
Excuse me.
That's not it.
No, if you read the supporting information, he wants us to sign on.
Yes, it's part of the order.
I
Part of the order.
let the judge know. He'll call you.
But it's part of the order that we're going to be asked to sign, and that's what I'm objecting to.
Okay, item 1.32, consider, discuss, and approve the appointment of election judges and alternates for the term of 1 year to begin September 1, 2023, in accordance with the Texas Election Code, Section 32. Mr. Reeves.
Yes, sir. The backup material includes a list of judges, which were named by the chair of the Republican Party, alternate judges as named by the chair, the acting chair of the Democratic Party of Kerr County. I would call your attention to precinct 314, since the handout was presented to Ms. Grinstead for putting in the agenda. There is now a vacancy in precinct 314. I'd like the record to reflect.
For which party? Which party?
Republican, as far as the judge. My apologies. And as you'll note, the judge for precinct 406 has not been named yet, but the chair of the Republican Party still has the ability to supplement the names.
Do we know the reason for the change in 314?
I do not.
There's a lot of squabbling. And mildly.
This will be for a term of 1 year.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the election judges and alternates as presented. Any discussion? Ms. Bell, did you want to address any of these things?
Well, I did.
before you were going to vote on the previous agenda item, could we know who these judges are
They're listed?
that are,
She doesn't.
I don't have the names. We don't have the names.
It's on the website.
It should be in the back
It's all
of the
posted.
agenda posted. I think so.
Any other discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item 1.33, consider, discuss, and approve the appointment of the early voting ballot board judge and alternate judge.
Yes, sir. This time I'd like the court to approve the appointment of early voting ballot board presiding judge is Nikki Caines and the alternate judge Bunny Bond.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item
Could
1.34.
I open up 1.31 real quickly? Just, I've got a question for Bob while he's here.
Okay.
So Bob, I'm just curious, why the change of the election day voting locations instead of the previous precinct locations to?
Which number are we on?
131.
131.
131?
Yeah, you have given us some new election locations for election day. And I'm not arguing it, I'm just curious why.
I thought that's what we were calling that 134. Where are you referring to?
Oh, now, do I have the wrong item?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's 134.
No. Then you're about to cover it anyway, never mind.
So we just approved the,
That was 133.
133 with the board judge and alternate.
Okay.
Now we'll move on to 134.
Yeah, my mistake.
Consider, discuss, and approve the polling locations in accordance with Chapter 43 of the Texas Elections Code for the November 23 election.
Yes, sir. And now to answer your question on that, there are two new locations for the precincts of Commissioner Precinct 1 being voting precincts 101, 107, 109, 113, 118, and 119. A new location when we can consolidate precincts had been at the River Hills Mall, which we all know where it is. Space was no longer available. Last year, when we were looking for another voting site, I believe Commissioner Ballou suggested this one. It's worked out good. It's the Riverside Church of Christ at 625 Harper Road. That was because space was not available. The precincts with the leading number of 202, 211, 215, 220, we're moving from the Union Church to Hill Country Youth Event Center for the specific reason of area, parking, places to locate them. The other two being the Callow Theater and the West Kerr Annex would remain the same.
I'm okay with it.
And
Would you likely use those locations during the primary elections as well? Yes.
I can say for sure the Riverside Church of Christ, subject to something changing, they've been very agreeable, and we're kindly taking it one election at a time for the youth events, depending on what Jake may have booked on a specific Tuesday.
Well, you got to book early.
We're trying to, Commissioner. We're trying to.
I move for approval.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the polling locations as presented.
Ms. Alford, did you have something? No.
I think she usually has to answer questions.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
That's your backup.
no, you gotta, she told me to get up here.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 1.35, consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the Central County Station personnel.
Yes, sir. At this time, I request the court to approve the personnel as listed in your backup. The presiding manager, Nadine Alford, The judge of Central Count, Linda Bowman. Alternate judge, Bunny Bond. Tabulating supervisor, Cynthia Tejeda. Assistant supervisor for tabulation, Natalie Hanson. Assistant tabulating supervisor, Melanie Warman. Clerks being Mimi Valverde, Cindy Hernandez, Teresa Walker, Penny Smith. Clerks for the Secretary of State Data Entry, Missy Anders, and please correct that, Anders, Jamie McClintock, and in charge of the website publications will be IT Director Bruce Motherall. I request to approve the names.
Bob, I got a question. The judge listed here is different than the one for early voting on 133? On 1.33, it says presiding judge for early voting.
That's the early voting. This
That's
is the
different.
presiding judge of the counting facility.
Okay. All right.
Move for approval.
Second.
And could we, Scott Lambert
Yes,
was
Bruce
left off
asked
the
us-
list as
Including Bruce.
with
Yes,
the
he had
website
asked to
and
ask.
county IT. My apologies for
So the
leaving it
motion
off.
includes Scott Lambert also?
Yes.
Sure. Okay. So, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Item 1.36 is to consider, discuss, take appropriate action on the salary grievance committee recommendation for the salary grievance filed by the Kerr County Treasurer. We met, what was it, last Thursday? There were 9 of us, or 10 of us. I was there with the other 9. We reviewed everything, we handled it in a very orderly fashion, and the final vote was 8-1 to recommend that the county clerk receive the proposed salary that was in the budget.
County treasurer.
County treasurer. County treasurer, I stand corrected. And it was 3,001.
$3,656.
The
3,656.
recommendation from the committee is for the court to approve that.
The increase.
Make a motion to approve the salary increase as recommended, $1,656.
Got a motion? I'll second it. So we've got a motion to approve the increase as recommended by the salary grievance commission. Any discussion?
Well,
Go ahead.
I think it sets a bad precedent that when an elected, and I've told Tracy this, when an elected official requests something, this can have a domino effect. If I really wanted to, as an elected official, if I'm gonna give myself a raise, I find more stuff for me to do. So I'm not suggesting you did that, but I'm stating this on principle and policy issues, not the increased workload. The increased workload, to me, is incidental. What we're setting as a policy going forward is important. And so I disagree with it. You got, as far as I was concerned, you already got 3 of what you wanted. Now you're getting 4 of what you wanted. You wanted to change the payroll to your office. You wanted to get another person, then you wanted to change your office. Now on top of that, then you're gonna get the extra money. And regardless of what your reasons are, and I have the utmost respect for your abilities and what you do all the time. This goes back to setting a bad precedent. And it's not a good policy, and I think it's a bad idea. And that's just some of the reasons. There are other reasons too.
I sat in and I had no input on the grievance committee the other day. And I will tell you, listening to it is well thought out, it's well done. I can see why the vote was lopsided like it was. But I was involved in the initial conversation of all this. And it was all, this argument was predicated on, you stated that you were asked to take over that. And that's not, you asked us for it. And we finally said yes. So that's a big difference. You asked us. And so that, I remember that very distinctly. So my vote will remain the same.
Judge, can I speak?
Why don't you listen to this speak first?
Okay.
Okay. When I first came on the court, and payroll was being done by HR. And the history that I learned is that when that function was moved from the treasurer's office to HR, there was additional compensation for the HR. Probably within the first year or so that I was on the court, Tracy approached me and discussed the history of payroll being done by the treasurer, county treasurer. And she's been very active in the County Treasurers Association statewide. And we discussed that most counties do have a treasurer that handles it. And she certainly offered to do it. There was no question about that. We were not in a position to make that change at that point. When we finally got in a position to make the change, and it was a change that we basically had to do, she again volunteered to do it. Did she ask? Yeah, she did. Was it clear that there were going to be more responsibilities? Yes, it was. And is there a lot of responsibility for handling our payroll? There is. Now, when this whole thing came up last year, if you recall, that's when it really first surfaced. And she came to me and again told me that she thought she ought to get an increase. And we sat in my office, and when you see that door closed, that's usually talking about something sensitive like that. And I personally asked Tracy if she would drop the request last year and not file the grievance. She was prepared to file the grievance last year. And I represented to her, and I kept my word, that I would propose that increase in my proposed budget this year. And so the reason that it was in the budget initially was based upon my understanding with Tracy from the year before. And I saw your email, which was basically proposing the same thing that I did with her last year. And so she's taken this responsibility. She's done a good job with it. I didn't have a vote in the committee, but I'll have a vote today. And I will vote to give her this raise because I think she's doing a good job. It's an improvement for the county. And this is consistent with what I asked her to do last year. And so I respect the fact that she was patient. She's been very professional about it. It's kind of hard to get up and ask for a raise, especially when you're an elected official. You have to do it publicly on YouTube. So I'm trying to keep you from having to be on the spot. I just think this is the right thing to do. If we don't do it, we don't do it. It's not because we didn't try. So
It's not a question of her performance.
No, not at all.
She's stellar, and that's not the question. So when HR received an increase because payroll was in the HR department, and then HR left, was that money taken away from the HR department?
Usually the current HR is less than.
Does that movie just, if.
I don't know dollar for dollar.
If that money can transfer over and follow the job, then it doesn't create an issue with me. But if the pay is increased, if the pay increase does not follow the task, then we have a problem. Because if it moves again, and I said this in my email, we don't know this is gonna work. 2 years, 3 years from now, it didn't work. Then do we get a decrease in pay?
I think anybody that takes on more responsibility ought to get an increase pay.
I do not if you ask for it.
Historically, I will say, we have adjusted, and however long I've been around, salaries of elected officials up and down numerous times. And when I first became a commissioner, the treasurer, district clerk, county clerk, tax assessor were all paid the exact same. And they stayed that way for a long time because the court didn't want to ruffle feathers. Then at some point, I don't know, one of them or the court, someone decided that no, we should look at really responsibilities, the number of employees they're having, and looking at other tasks. And at that point, the treasurer's, I don't know how it came, but it was less than some of the others. I'm not sure exactly how long it is right now. So we've changed salaries of elected officials
Well,
up and down based on things.
Right. And to support that, I remember when I sat in the blue seats, the discussion and was committed to be part of, sit in with the court when we did hiring for the last HR director. She made significantly less than what her predecessor did because of experience and not having been in HR before.
That was not what I was getting at.
Well,
What I'm getting at is, if this moves again, does the treasurer, whether it's Tracy or somebody else, get a decrease in pay because now they've lost a responsibility? And if the answer to that is that it happened with HR, then I'm satisfied. That satisfies what I'm talking
That
about.
question was asked during the grievance committee meeting, whether the previous HR director, when the responsibility was taken out of that office, if that person reduced their salary, and their salary was not reduced at the time that the responsibilities were given to the treasurer's office.
I know that because we didn't hear a bunch of hell raising. That's how I know that it didn't happen. Because we would have heard fireworks if that had happened, and that is kind of my point.
Harley, along your lines, when we made this change, we actually grew government. We had 3 people in HR handling it, and then it went to the treasurer's office. We increased the people, personnel in there, and still with even taking the duties away from HR, we still stuck with 3 people. So we grew government for this deal, for this move.
This probably won't work for this, but it works really well for us. We do stipends for certain duties, and once that person either wants to do another job and they no longer do it, the stipend goes away and it goes to the next person. I don't know if it'd work on this, but it works really well for us for the few little things.
Well, that is the point, isn't it? Added duty, more money. But I go back to what I said, as a policy issue, that if this is how it's gonna work from now on, any elected official that decides they need to do more, or should do more, it's not being done right in that department, should be moved over to mine to be more efficient. If they can make the case for that, this will happen again.
It opens the door.
And then you have, mid-budget increases and all kinds of other things. I just don't think it's good policy.
Well, that would still have to come to the court for a decision on that, regardless.
I have a question.
Tracy, would you like to address the court?
Yes, sir. So first of all, I would like to clear up the timeline of when I made the request to have payroll transferred to my office to the time that I was asked to take over payroll in my office. In September of 2018, I made the request to have payroll transferred from the HR department to the treasurer's office, starting in January of 2019. I chose that time for the request because the HR director at the time was to become district clerk and would be leaving that position at the end of 2018. There would be a new HR director hired, so I felt this was the best time to request the function be moved, as I was not requesting to take it away from anyone in particular. The reason that I gave for payroll, along with what the judge had said, was because I believe that payroll is an accounting function and therefore it should be in a financial office. HR is a personnel office and there are no requirements for accounting knowledge to work in HR. The court declined to move payroll to my office and there was no further discussion on the matter. In 2021, payroll processing began to have problems. The auditor and I worked with the HR department for approximately 6 to 8 months to develop and implement processes and procedures to help improve payroll. By February 2022, Commissioner Letts approached me to ask if I would be interested in taking over payroll. It wasn't until April, when the county's external auditor was presenting the annual audit to this court, that I found out that the external auditor suggested that the county come up with a plan to move payroll out of HR. If they did that, the county would not be written up in our annual audit for the issues they found in payroll. Her suggestion had been to move payroll to the treasurer's office. The next point that I would like to address is the history of county's payroll. Up until 2006, payroll had been processed in the treasurer's office. It was at this time the Commissioner's Court created the County Human Resources Department, moved payroll and HR duties out of the treasurer's office. At that time, the treasurer's salary was reduced, and an employee was moved over to the newly created HR department to process payroll. When payroll was moved out of HR and back into the treasurer's office last year in April 2022, the salary and staff remained the same in HR. I was able to make my part-time employee a full-time in order to take on the additional duties. However, a salary increase was not discussed for me, nor could it be discussed due to the fact that elected officials' salaries cannot change above the published salary for that budget year. So you know the rest of that. I asked for it last year, didn't get it. I think the fact that since salary had been removed in 2006 when removing payroll from the treasurer's office, it should be put back when putting the function back in the office. I would also like to point out that a precedent has already been set for Kerr County giving additional pay for additional duties. In addition to the examples that I gave in my grievance testimony of employees receiving additional pay, I would like to call attention to the elected officials that have also received additional pay for extra duties. The law library provides a salary supplement to the elected district clerk. The 4 justice of the peace elected officials have received 2 salary increases in the last decade when the legislature increased the JP's jurisdictions, the most recent of which was voted on and approved by this court, minus Commissioner Paces, as he wasn't in office yet. The JPs also get extra pay of $50 for each mental health probable cause hearing they hear, which was increased in 2011. Finally, and I would like to preface this by stating I'm not opposed to anyone receiving increases in pay, and my grievance has never been about what anyone else is receiving. But I would be remiss if I didn't point out that while the sheriff may not have specifically requested a raise for himself this year, he is receiving an increase of $9,843, which is a 9% increase in his salary. So an elected official will be receiving a raise, even though it's been stated that that's not good in the public eye. In closing, I would like to reiterate that I believe the amount of increase I requested last year and was offered this year in the budget is a fair amount, $3,656. I humbly ask you that you consider the majority vote of 5 electeds and all 3 members of the public from the grievance committee as a recommendation for you to vote in favor of my grievance and increase my salary.
And thanks for reminding me about the auditor's thing. I forgot about that one. That one didn't come up in the meeting. Any more discussion? Okay, we've got a motion to accept.
Before we vote, I could be wrong here, and maybe the vote needs to be held, but I'm sensing it's kind of 2 for, 2 against, and I'm stuck as a swing vote. You know, I wasn't part of this discussion. I wasn't part of the district. And I can see both sides of this equation. I spent all my time in the private sector. I can't tell you how many times I took on additional responsibility, asked for it, and certainly didn't get any compensation for it, but it certainly gave me broader experience and helped me to progress my career. So just because the person takes on greater responsibility, I don't necessarily see an automatic need to increase the salary. However, I can see the other side too. So I'm going to thank Kelly for saving me once again, because I liked her suggestion. And based on what I've heard, there were some concerns about the longevity of this assignment of responsibility. So if we could make it a stipend, I'd vote in favor of that.
The only agenda item we have is the recommendation of the salary grievance committee. I'm looking at my county attorney.
Does the recommendation say how that's to get paid?
There you go. We can vote for or against it, but it doesn't say that we cannot determine how it's done.
The state law that speaks about the grievance committee says that, so you weren't here last week, I'm sorry. Do you want to come here?
Could it be brought back?
Yes, it can be brought back after today. I don't think you'll have time. I think you'll have to then publish the salaries, so I don't think you have time for it to be brought back. But the rules that relate to the grievance committee, any anything over, there were 9 members of the committee, 3 of them were members of the grand jury over the past year. And then the rest of us were all elected officials in the building. Me, the sheriff, tax assessor collector, the treasurer, the county clerk, and the district clerk. And that called for anything 6 or over that wasn't unanimous, that agreed for the increase in the salary, would come back to the commissioner's court, and the rule requires you to consider it. Had it been 9-0, the commissioner's court wouldn't have had any input into it at all. It just would have been included in the budget. So if the commissioner's court has to take action on the recommendation, or at least has to consider it.
But it could go in on the schedule as a stipend as opposed to a.
Or a supplement?
Right. That was my question. It's not a question of whether or not they voted for it and whether we have to vote for it, but how it's implemented.
You just have to consider it, that's all.
Well,
But I would identify it as a supplement, if that's the route you choose. If you don't include it in the salary, then, and you choose to, the effect is different down the road.
If it was a stipend, I could be for it where it follows payroll, down the road or something.
I'll amend my motion to make it a stipend.
A supplement?
I mean, supplement.
Well, I'll second that.
The judge has to go along with it first.
We do have these kinds of changes periodically. And we could have it again.
I agree.
I'm a procedure guy, okay? I want to make sure we're following the right procedure. The grievance procedure was new to me. Not many things that I see for the first time. This was the first time that I participated. And the power is given to the committee to make the recommendation or not, okay? The power is given to the committee that if it is unanimous, and it was not, but if it was unanimous, we have no discretion. Even if we say all the things that have been said today, we have no discretion. It would be mandatory. And it automatically goes in the budget without us doing a thing. And so here we've got a recommendation that's less than unanimous. Okay? And what we want to do is we want to tinker with that recommendation. And I'm not sure, it's kind of a jurisdiction thing. Do we have jurisdiction to do that? Do we have the power to do that?
We certainly do. We have the power to determine how somebody's going to get paid something.
Your action today is to consider the recommendation from.
We've considered it.
Right.
Now we're gonna
So
take appropriate action.
we're accepting the recommendation. That would be what we're doing.
But it'd be
Just
paid.
take
We're
appropriate
accepting,
action.
but we're stipulating how it gets paid.
Right.
Correct. Okay.
Are you
I'm not
comfortable
comfortable with
because
that.
if this continues to, hop around, things hop around the county, somebody gets a pay increase and then that moves to someplace else, they ain't gonna get a pay decrease. So it should be exactly what Kelly's talking about, her practice at Road and Bridge. That should probably be a countywide policy.
We've had changes, and that follows whoever is going to take it over.
I'm okay with the amendment. I'm not beat a dead horse.
You asked me a question.
I ask if you were all right with that.
I think that your action today complies with the task of considering the recommendation from the committee. Yes.
Okay.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
Just addressing the, if payroll were to move somewhere else and not be in the treasurer's office, I would imagine that would be because either I don't run for election again and maybe you have somebody else you want to do it, maybe not the next treasurer, or because I have done something so totally wrong that you have to remove it from my office, at which point I would think that you would reduce the salary as it was in 2006. I just want to make that point.
Okay.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have money that's following it from the last person doing it. It's new money, any way you look at it.
Okay, you ready to vote?
Yeah.
Yep.
Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Now you got all four things you want.
Okay. We've got a conference call, it'll be a Zoom call. We'll put them on with our lawyers. So, the two more items on the agenda, item 1.37, which is consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to approve the proposed salary increases for elected county and precinct officials for Kerr County fiscal year 2023-24, and authorize the county clerk to publish same on August 16. Ms. Shelton.
Yes, we will adjust the proposal that we gave you earlier, the newspaper, and that went out to show the raise that you just approved for the county treasurer. And there was also a raise because of the proposed longevity had been inadvertently omitted from the commissioner court, sorry about that, county commissioner precinct 4. So that 240 was added back to the schedule also.
So, to approve the revised list.
Make a motion to approve the revised salary increases for elected county and precinct officials.
Second. Got a motion and a second to approve the public notice for these elected official salaries. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 1.39. Consider, discuss, and take appropriate action to surplus 31 Apple iPhones to AT&T FirstNet for credit to the sheriff's office account. Sheriff.
Yeah, basically we have leftover equipment from the West Central Wireless, and I got a quote from FirstNet. We have to surplus these phones, and I'll ship them to FirstNet, and once they're examined, they'll give us up to $700 per phone bill credit. So it could be a hefty advantage for that line item for the budget.
I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve surplusing the Apple phones as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Approval agenda. Budget amendments.
Yes, you have 16 amendments in front of you. Most of these are just line item adjustments.
Move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the budget amendments as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 2.2, pay bills.
Yes, invoices for today's consideration, $1,448,348.49.
Move for approval.
Second.
And a motion and a second to approve the bills as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Late bills.
There are not any.
Auditor reports.
There are not any.
Thank you. Monthly reports.
Yes, for June 2023, Veteran Service Office, Jennifer Sanchez. Treasurer's monthly report, Tracy Sullivan. For July 2023, Environmental Health, OSSF, Director Ashley Batter. Auditor's monthly report, Tanya Shelton. County Clerk, Jackie Dowdy. District Clerk, Dawn Lance. Veteran Services Office, Jennifer Sanchez. Constable, Precinct 1, Tommy Rodriguez. Precinct 2, Kyle Snyder. Precinct 3, Paul Gonzalez. Precinct 4, Brad Ryder. Justice of the Peace, Precinct 1, Mitzi French. Precinct 2, J.R. Horn. Precinct 3, Kathy Mitchell. And Treasurer's Payroll Approval Report, Tracy Sullivan. I move for approval.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the monthly reports as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 2.6, court orders.
We have our court orders numbers 40096 through 40123 from July 24th. Court orders 40124 and 40125 from July 31st. And then court orders 40126 through 40129 of August 7th. Make a motion to approve all as submitted.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the court orders as presented. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? carries. 3.1, staff reports from department heads. Okay, there being none. 3.2, staff reports from elected officials. Okay. 3.3, staff reports from liaison commissioners. Okay, we're going to take a break, and then we're going to reconvene in executive session to talk to our lawyers. We're going to have 3 of them on the line. Talk about the lawsuits.
3. This is a fun little.
coming out of executive session. There is no action to be taken, so we are adjourned.
Thank you, guys.
Hey,